join us. I think she's on the way. Sherry, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome, everyone, to the Tuesday, May 19th City Commission meeting, and we'll start with Sherry giving us some rules of the meeting.
Good evening, everyone. If you would please silence your cell phones. The primary format for accessing this meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access cannot be guaranteed due to potential technology issues. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise hand function. When prompted, select Join as Panelist. There will be a brief delay as your role changes. Once your name is called, please unmute, turn on your camera, and state your name and zip code before speaking. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute participants. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. The first item on the agenda is to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting.
Motion to approve the agenda?
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Dever. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We'll count Commissioner Pullian as an aye on the agenda. Aye. Okay. Okay, approved 5-0. Okay, we have a couple proclamations tonight. And the first, we have 3 tonight. First is to proclaim the month of May as neurofibromatosis, I always say that word wrong, NF month, and May 17th is World NF Awareness Day. And I believe Tandy Walters is here to say something? Maybe? See someone online, Sherry?
Take a quick peek.
Don't see that.
No, I'm not seeing anyone.
Well, how about, is Melissa online? Siebman, if we move to the second one and come back to one just in case?
Yeah, let me see. Who is Melissa, who's accepting the other one?
Yeah, Melissa's here, we can,
She is not.
man alive, we're striking out. How about, is anyone here to speak on the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month? Well, we didn't expect anyone on that one, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so I'm going to read that proclamation first, then we'll come back to the other two and see if our speakers are available. If not, we will move on without them. So, I'm going to read the proclamation on Asian American Pacific Islander Month. Whereas in observance of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, the City of Lawrence recognizes the month of May in commemoration of the migration of the first immigrants from Japan to the United States on May 7th, 1843. And whereas individuals of AAPI heritage are recognized for their significant contributions to our nation's history and culture, including but not limited to the business sector, literature, arts, politics, military, law enforcement, science, and technology. And whereas many of these contributions might have gone unseen or unrecognized were it not for the resilience and extraordinary efforts of AAPI individuals navigating systems shaped by historical and ongoing racial discrimination. And whereas the City of Lawrence looks forward to building and strengthening relationships with various organizations and individuals of AAPI heritage, and whereas every person of AAPI heritage and descent is to be honored and celebrated and with the community and respected as part of the history and culture of the City of Lawrence. Now, therefore, I, Brad Finkeldine, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim May as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month and encourage all in our community to take this opportunity to reflect on the past and present achievements of individuals of Asian American and Pacific Islander heritage as demonstrated. Okay. Do we have anyone here to speak on NF awareness? I was thinking that might have been you. Okay. Appreciate you coming.
Yes, thank you for having us, and apologies for being late.
Okay.
We want to thank Mayor Finkeldine, City Commissioners, and the Lawrence community for continually supporting our efforts to raise awareness about neurofibromatosis. Despite being classified as a rare disease, NF is fairly common, 1 in every 2,000 births, affecting people of all genders, races, geographic, and socioeconomic backgrounds equally. NF causes tumors to grow along nerves, but can also affect every system throughout the body. In 2019, the year of our son Leo's diagnosis, there were no FDA-approved treatments. However, thanks to relentless advocacy, strategic partnerships, and breakthrough research catalyzed and funded by the Children's Tumor Foundation, or CTF, there are now 2 approved drugs to shrink tumors. There are also more researchers and clinicians in the NF space than ever before, and dozens of clinical trials underway. Awareness has made the scientific landscape more promising, but awareness has also made the daily lives of people living with NF better and more hopeful. When Leo was diagnosed, we'd never heard of neurofibromatosis, but in his 8 short years, our scientific understanding of NF has grown dramatically. Our community is more connected, and NF is more visible. Each news story, each proclamation, each community connection, and each breakthrough builds upon the last. So we thank you for helping us build this awareness that enables our community to work for a future where people with NF can live healthier lives with greater opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I know the first time this came before us when I was on the commission, I had never heard of it. So it definitely raises awareness, and we'll do our small part. And I'll read the proclamation. Whereas neurofibromatosis, NF, affects 1 in 2,000 people regardless of race, ethnicity, or gender, this translates to 150,000 Americans, including citizens of the city of Lawrence, and 4 million people worldwide living with NF. And whereas NF causes tumors to grow on the nerves throughout the body and can also affect nearly every system of the body with issues such as blindness, deafness, bone abnormalities, disfigurement, learning disabilities, disabling pain, and cancer. And whereas the Children's Tumor Foundation gives critical support to patients and families by providing comprehensive information and improving access to quality, coordinated health care through a global network of NF clinics. And whereas the Children's Tumor Foundation is committed to delivering effective treatments to patients faster by emphasizing patient engagement, investing in groundbreaking research, and driving collaborative science by working directly with biotech, pharma, clinicians, and researchers. And whereas the Children's Tumor Foundation will observe May as NF Awareness Month and May 17th as World NF Awareness Day because greater awareness of NF is essential to advancing early diagnosis, improving treatment options, and support for research. Now, therefore, I, Brad Finkeldine, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, in recognition of this important initiative, do hereby proclaim the month of May as NF Awareness Month and May 17th as World NF Awareness Day, and encourage the citizens of our community to learn more about NF by visiting the Children's Tumor Foundation at www.ctf.org. Thank you. And our final proclamation is to proclaim the week of May 17th through the 23rd as National Public Works Week. I think Melissa will say a few words.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I am sorry that I was just a few seconds late getting in here. I am very excited to be here tonight because it is Public Works Week, which has been celebrated for 60 plus years now through the Public Works Association. And we are participating in that this week with your proclamation, as well as small events within our individual divisions of municipal services and operations. We are a large department that celebrates its ability to provide services not only to the city of Lawrence itself, but to over 7 rural water districts, as well as 3 additional cities that we provide water to. So in addition to serving this community, we also serve others outside of our community. Just as an important note of fact, in this week where we are celebrating Public Works and the investments that this governing body has made in infrastructure over the last number of years, I want to point out that we are not alone in this investment or the need thereof, with 42% of America's infrastructure rated at a C or D level by the Society of Civil Engineers for America. These challenges are facing all of us is the unfortunate thing with sort of when we started to progress to having modernized infrastructure. just some key facts about our community and how much infrastructure that we manage on a day-to-day basis and the services that we provide. Just as a little fun fact, we have almost 12,000 water valves across the community, and our storm structures number 8,500. And our stormwater pipe, as an example, is just over 469 miles of pipe. We also have 192 miles of enclosed stormwater channels, as well as over 10,300 and some manhole covers just in the community. And then we break things further down into some other kind of little interesting facts. Number of signalized intersections that we maintain every day is over 106. We have 23 roundabouts, not to be confused with speed cushions at 44 or speed bumps at 53 or traffic circles at 27. And the number of sidewalk ramps that we're responsible for maintaining are almost 7,000 at 6,953. So with your support and your dedication to the residents of Lawrence and businesses, we want to say thank you for helping us celebrate this Public Works Week and all the infrastructure that we work to maintain and preserve and improve every single day in this community. And I also want to thank Hillary Carter, who I just saw was sitting here. She's on our Connected Cities Advisory Board and has served as chair and is as a great residential influencer for us. So thank you.
Thank you, Melissa, and thank you for everyone in the public in our MSO department, formerly known as Public Works. But let me read the proclamation. Whereas Public Works professionals employed in the Municipal Services and Operations Department focus on programs and services that are of a vital importance to a sustainable and resilient community and to the public health, higher quality of life, and well-being of the people of Lawrence, Kansas. And whereas the City of Lawrence has well-maintained, functional, and efficient infrastructure, facilities, and other assets, investment in those assets reflects the city's commitment to contribute to the well-being of all people. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of our public works professionals who are responsible for constructing, rebuilding, improving, and protecting our city's transportation system, water supply, sanitary sewer, stormwater, and solid waste systems, public buildings, municipal fleet, and other functions essential to our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the residents and civic leaders of Lawrence to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest in the importance of public works in their community. And whereas the year of 2026 marks the 66th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Now, therefore, I, Brad Finkeldye, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby designate the week of May 17th through 23rd, 2026 as National Public Works Week and encourage the residents of Lawrence to learn more about the valuable services our MSO employees deliver every day and to thank them for their dedication and service to the City of Lawrence. Thank you so much. On that note, I was at an event, Midco ribbon cutting, before I came over here, and someone stopped me and said, I called Public Works about a hole in front of my driveway, and they came out in 2 days and filled the hole. I was quite impressed. So they thank you for that. So I said I'd pass that on. And so you're here, I'll thank you and all the Public Works professionals for getting that fixed. Okay, now it takes us to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Would any member of the commission like to remove an item? Okay, and I do not believe there's any quasi-judicial items, so I'd look for a motion.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second that motion.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Devereux. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. That takes us to our one regular agenda item, which is to discuss the 2027 through 2031 capital improvement plan. And, I was about to say Ally's going to present this, but no,
No, not tonight.
not tonight. And just for the public, this is our first look at the CIP. We'll get, as we'll learn in our presentation, 3 or 4 more bites at this apple as we go through it. But look forward to the first look at this.
Thank you, Kurt. All right, good evening, Commission. Mary Bisbee, Senior Budget Analyst. As the mayor said, we're going to talk about our 2027 to 2031 proposed capital improvement plan tonight. We also call this our CIP for short. So just before we get started, I do just want to say a lot of work goes into this from staff and departments all across the organization. So I really just want to thank everyone for the time and effort that's gone into what you're seeing tonight. So going into it, just a brief overview of what the CIP is. So this is really just a long-term planning tool that the city utilizes to identify our capital needs. So it's looking out over the next 5 years, so 2027 to 2031, to help us plan and prioritize our capital projects. To be included in the plan, there are some criteria that must be met. So that is the project must cost $100,000 or more and result in the creation of a new asset or enhance the life of an existing asset. We do have some additional resources about the CIP on our webpage. We have a short video that has some information, as well as what we call our CIP guide that has further information and a kind of how to read the CIP, and that's available at the link on the website. An overview of the process for the CIP each year. So generally it starts in January, and that's when we open our project requests to both our departments as well as the public in order to submit projects for consideration within the upcoming CIP cycle. From there, projects go through a scoring process, and they're also reviewed, which we'll go into. Staff works to develop a financing plan for all the different funding sources that are included in the CIP. And then we have a CIP committee that meets and does a lot of work and ultimately makes a recommendation to the city manager about what projects are funded. And so this year, we are here in May, which is earlier than we have come in past years, and that's because we heard that there was a want to have some intentional discussions surrounding our CIP. So we're here tonight. We'll come back in June for another CIP-focused session, and then, of course, as we go through the 2027 budget process, we can continue to have these conversations with ultimately both the budget and the CIP being adopted together later this year in September. So you'll notice within the CIP and on some of these slides we go through later that projects have a score associated with them. So once projects are submitted, applicants, when they're submitting them, they answer a series of questions in a variety of different areas. We call those our matrix areas about that project. And you can see those specific questions in those prioritization guidelines linked here. But once projects are fully submitted, they then go through a review process. So we have subject matter experts within each of those areas review every project, and then that's how projects receive their final score. And so that score is something that's taken into account by our CIP committee as they're doing their work and building their recommendation to the city manager. And then over on the right, you can just see who composes that CIP committee group. So this is a visualization of that prioritization matrix just mentioned. So the areas in the light blue are the sections of questions that projects answer. So that's strategic plan alignment, regulatory compliance, asset management, and external funding. The remaining sections align with our commitments in the strategic plan. So sound fiscal stewardship, efficient and effective processes, equity and inclusion, environmental sustainability, engaged and empowered teams, and community engagement. So in the CIP, and as we go through these slides, you'll be able to see the total score for the projects. But if you look at an individual project page included in the agenda packet, you can see the breakdown of what they scored in each of the areas, as well as the total score. So that's just a brief overview of what the CIP is and some of the process in it. And so we're going to go into some of the assumptions for 27 to 2031, and then review several of our funding sources this CIP. So similar to the preliminary 2027 budget that's been presented to the Commission, Our sales tax is projected at a 4% growth in '27, and then in the out years, we're projecting 2.5%, so that's '28 onward. Property tax here, that focuses on our debt service fund. So in that fund, projecting a flat mill levy, 4% assessed valuation growth in 2027, and then 3% in the out years. So that's '28 onward here. And then our MSO staff has done work to ensure that the proposed projects within our enterprise funds align with those rate models for each of those specific funds. And then just as a reminder, water, wastewater, that fund has rates approved by the commission for 2027 and 2028. And staff will be bringing stormwater rates this fall. So that's on the revenue side. On the expenditure side, you'll see some inflationary cost increases from the previous CIP, as well as some general price escalations for those projects that are in the later years, so 2030, particularly 2031. We wanted to provide some updates you'll see generally from the 2026-2030 adopted CIP. So primarily wanted to note that while we're reviewing the debt service fund and that fund's forecast, that model, you'll see some shifts in the projects that were proposed as general obligation bonds before, based on our work to proactively manage that fund and those existing commitments. So that's shown as some shift in our street maintenance program costs from general obligation bonds into capital sales tax, that fund. And you'll be able to see those numbers as we go through the rest of these slides. And then just a note, so that LDCFM projects, those have been updated respectively to show the separate city portion and the county portion. And then we also have development-driven projects across multiple funds, and timing shifts have occurred in those based on those specific projects. And then just a general note, so as we go through this, a project that has an X notated next to it, that just means that it was funded in the last adopted CIP. So it's kind of a shortcut way to see whether a project is proposed as funded if that is a new project for this CIP. So our first funding source tonight, that is our water wastewater revenue bonds. So these are our bonds that are backed by our water wastewater user fees. So this is the only fund in which we utilize revenue bonds. And again, that staff has ensured alignment with the rate model, and that is an approximately that 7.9% increase in revenue generation for 2027 and 2028 based on those approved rates. Some changes we wanted to note here. So you'll see the inclusion of the digester improvement projects. So that's in the years 29 to 2031. And so that was moved to funded due to the condition of that asset and the need to repair that in the years within the CIP. And so, however, the funds to actually move that to funded were found through shifting a separate plant expansion project. So that project was shifted in order to be able to fit this in the 5-year forecast. And then another new project you'll note is the airport sanitary sewer project. So this was moved to funded based on recent discussions there and the annexations and the general need to do the work as a result of that. However, this is a similar aspect where the funds for this project were taken out of another program in order to be able to fund it. However, we listed it separately just to increase visibility and transparency in that. And the other new projects you can see, those are generally because they're in 2031 of the CIP, which is the new year for this 5-year outlook. Moving on to what we call our development-driven projects. So these are our development-driven revenue bonds. And so by that, we really just mean those projects are dependent on new development. So a lot of these projects focus on our system capacity and growth and what we would need to address as the city grows or there's annexations and things of that nature. So overall, the changes you'll see here are just some general shifts based on those project timings and what we're seeing development and growth-wise. Lastly, with our water wastewater fund, these are the projects that are proposed to be funded by water wastewater cash. And again, this is that same alignment with the rate model, so the 7.9% increase in revenue generation. There's not very many changes within these proposed projects in general. Do just want to note that that airport sanitary sewer project is also noted here. It has multiple funding sources, but again, those funds come from another program, and that's how it was able to be funded. All right, our capital sales tax fund, or infrastructure sales tax. So this is one of our special purpose sales tax. So it's 0.3% for the purpose of funding projects related to streets, sidewalks, trails, bikeways, and then also fire apparatus and equipment. So we do want to note that this sales tax is scheduled to sunset in 2029. Because the proposed CIP extends beyond 2029, staff has assumed that the sales tax would be renewed in 2027 at a consistent rate. So at that 0.3% it is currently. If it wasn't renewed, that would mean that some projects in those out years, 2030, 2031, those would potentially move to unfunded because we would no longer have the revenue within this fund to be able to support expenditures. Noting some of the changes here, so you'll see our ADA right-of-way transition program. Previously that had shown a ramp up in funding for that. That has been reduced in this proposed CIP. And so that extends the anticipated program timeframe we would see there. MSO staff is planning to come back to a future commission meeting to provide a specific update about the ADA transition program and some of those effects. You'll also see an increase in the street maintenance program funding. So again, that's from a shift out of general obligation bonds into the capital sales tax fund. And then some new projects that are proposed as funded for this CIP. So the LDCFM station alerting project was moved to funded, so that is new. And then you can also see the George Williams Way and Mercado Drive traffic signal improvements. So that is a new project, and staff will be coming in future meetings to talk more about that and present a cost share agreement regarding it. So here are the projects proposed in the general fund. So first, just a note about how these are separated out. So there's a section for those expenditures within the general fund where we will be reimbursed by Douglas County. So these are essentially just the county's portion of LDCFM capital projects. So there's that section, and then the remainder is just those expenditures within the general fund. Of note here, so you'll also see the ADA transition program in the general fund. In the full CIP, you'd be able to see the revenue aspect of this and the specific line for the ADA program project. The intent here is that those expenditures and the revenues listed, that those match each other throughout the years. Other than that, the changes are a shift in several of our parks, recreation, and culture projects. So there are 2 new parking lot repair projects that have been added this year, and then an additional project for indoor pool, a maintenance project within that. All right, our last funding source for tonight within this presentation, talking about our general obligation bonds, specifically those that are financed by our debt service fund. So just an overview that this is debt paid by the full faith and credit of the city. So typically these are paid back through our property taxes. So that relates to our mill levy. So the debt service fund has its own mill levy that's separate from the general fund. And for 2026, that rate was 7.956 mils. Over recent years, there has been a strategy to spend down the fund balance that was available within this fund. However, you'll see some proposed adjustments tonight based on us proactively managing that fund and those existing commitments that it has. So here are the proposed general obligation bond projects. I will note we do issue other types of general obligation bonds that are paid back by our stormwater fees and our solid waste fees. This slide and the next are intended to just focus on those projects funded by our mill levy debt, so the debt service fund. The other are able to be seen in the full CIP. They have their own specific section. So again, those changes from the 26 adopted CIP. So Station 6, those costs have been updated, so it's now showing only the city's costs that would be bonded. You'll see some changes in the farmland remediation project, so that's spread out across the 5 years of the CIP. Previously, it had mainly been in 27 and 28. And then here you can see those shifts in the street maintenance program cost. So those were moved out of general obligation bonds into the capital sales tax fund. So Those costs were primarily in 2027 and 2028, and a smaller amount in 2029. This is a forecast for our debt service fund. I do want to note that after the agenda was originally published last Thursday, we did notice a discrepancy in the forecast, so we did update it on Friday. Between those two versions, the general trend was the same. What changed was the outlook of that last year, so 2035, but they just want to let everyone know that this is the updated version, and that was updated. So what you can see in the chart is that these light blue bars, so those represent the years of the proposed CIP, so 27 to 2031, and the forecast includes those projected debt service costs within this proposed CIP. So that's on the expenditure side. On the revenue side for it, it assumes that flat mill levy, 4% growth in 2027, and 3% in all of the out years. With this proposed CIP, those are new adjustments that have been made that affect how this forecast looks from previously provided documents. So this is a new forecast based on if we made those changes within the debt service fund as proposed in this proposed CIP. But overall in the chart, you can see that drawdown of fund balance over the years, as well as that projected increase starting in or forecasted in 2035. So the CIP has a lot of different funding sources. So these are the remaining funding sources that weren't in the presentation tonight, but are available in the full CIP. And staff would be happy to provide a similar overview to any of these as the commission would like, but they are available in the full agenda packet. Again, briefly, just those next steps in the process. So coming back in June for another CIP-focused workshop, and then continuing to have the conversation with the budget as we come back this summer with ultimate adoption later this year in September. Lastly, we do have some policy questions for consideration and direction for the commission. So I'll just briefly go over those. So those are there any unfunded projects that should be swapped with a funded project? Are there any projects that should be delayed or reprioritized? The capital sales tax sunsets in 2029. Does the commission agree with staff's recommendation for a ballot initiative in the fall of 2027? If no, approximately $20 million of projects in the out years would be unfunded. If yes, should that sales tax be a renewal or a potential increase? And then what additional information would the commission like to see regarding the CIP as we continue these conversations? That's all we have for the presentation tonight, so I think we'd stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions about specific projects or general questions? Again, this is our first chance to see this. We'll see it several more times, but we can focus on those policy questions as they continue to update this. I did have a couple questions. I'll start. We've got a few emails about the Lawrence Loop extension, and as I understand it, we have one funding source in there for 2028, but is it undesignated, or is it for any particular part of the loop? That sort of question.
I know we are currently, staff is having it considered for a grant. I'm not sure what specific portion it is. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Melinda Harger, MSO. So that placeholder, after the segment that went through from the Sandra Shaw connection over to Michigan, once we reached a point with property acquisition where we couldn't move forward, those funds were reallocated just in general to Lawrence Loop projects. So we do have the TA grant application out. So those funds could be used for the segments that we have identified there, if needed for a match, or it could be used for additional work on other segments. So it's not designated for any specific gap at this time.
Okay. And then, Melinda, while you're there, you get some of these fun questions. Trying to go back to this list, just a couple projects some of these new projects we haven't really talked about in previous years. I was going to ask you something, Trying to find them. One was and I'm trying to find it, I think it was the storm outlet, or I'm trying to remember what it was called. Maybe something, the water outlet, I'm trying to remember what the project was called. That
We
maybe.
had a few storm projects listed under our stormwater cash fund. We did not change many of our stormwater projects that were listed from last year.
I didn't write this down.
That was because we were waiting for the final report from our asset ID project. That was a multi-year project. We have now received that, so we have those list of priorities. So we may be shifting some of those later projects in the CIP once we have fully evaluated all of that and gone through that with our operations and maintenance staff.
But there was a new one, I'm trying to find it now. There's a new project, and I read the spec sheet, and I think it had to do with like a pipe that collapsed. What?
I'm not sure. The only stormwater project that I can recall is the levee reaccreditation
Okay, well,
that we put in the last 3 years of the CIP, and we're going for a 50/50 grant, federal
What
grant
about
on
that
that
Bob
one.
Billings and Crestline project?
That project is starting this year, so we have design funds for that, if you're referring to that, with the $1.85 million in 2027. And so that, there is a sinkhole there on the southwest corner of Bob Billings and Crestline. So we're evaluating that pipe. Right now, we're looking at ways to assess the condition because we've tried multiple ways to get into that pipe and TV it, and just with the configuration, we cannot do that. We don't want to draft a scope to repair more than maybe what's necessary, but we will be doing that project and then doing a mill and overlay on Bob Billings between Iowa and Castleton.
Okay.
And we hope for all that construction to bid next spring, ideally, and happen over the summer of '27.
okay.
There is an outfall project that's been on there. I don't have it handy, but we were looking at an outfall here, and we need to evaluate that. It's one of our projects that we've also listed. It might even have bond funding. I can take a look.
Maybe that's the one
If that's the
While
one you're
we're
referring
looking, can I
to.
ask her about the pipe gallery?
Yes, go for it.
Can you speak to the pipe gallery at $3.5 million at the call inlet? I think I'm not quite sure what that's all about, but you can
Sure.
speak to everybody about that.
So we do have our engineering program managers online, and Leah Morris would actually be able to provide you a lot more of the details and answer any technical questions about that project. That's one that's been on her radar. So if she is
Okay.
online, okay. That'd be great.
Good evening. This is Leah Morris, Engineering Program Manager for Water and Wastewater Treatment. The CAW Pipe Gallery specifically is to replace piping in the lowest portion of our CAW water plant. It has shown signs of aging and degradation for years. We originally had budgeted about $1 million for that prior to 2019, but the cost of that piping specifically and the size and the lead times of that has significantly increased. And so re-estimating that over the course of the last couple of years, it was found to be that it was going to be more in the $4 to $5 million between engineering and construction. And we actually went out for services to have that designed. We plan on awarding that within the next 30 days. But that's what that project is about. And it's several hundred feet of piping from anywhere from 6-inch to 48-inch.
I do think that's the one I was thinking of.
Good. You're welcome.
Thank you. I knew it had pipe
Yeah.
that's breaking. Okay, other questions? Either specific questions, and we'll open it up to public comment in a minute, and then we'll bring it back to commission for any discussion, but any specific questions?
Well, I had a couple of questions for Melissa. This is in regards to the airport, just some of the unfunded projects. I didn't know just its impact on with the airport plan, and I know we've had some conversations around maintenance and other things, other projects you wanted to get on our radar, and I just didn't know if some of these unfunded airport projects are these things that we should be reconsidering.
Right now, what the city, Melissa Sieben, Director of Municipal Services and Operations, right now, the way that it's set out is based on sort of the grant funding that we have available. And I know that our incoming airport general manager, who starts on the 8th of June, so excited, yay, Sean Cookson, will be helping us figure out sort of priorities going forward. We've done a ton of work up at the airport over the last couple of years. The next things are kind of additions to, whether it's connecting a taxiway and the crosswind runway and things of that nature. So those are out there, but I'm not terribly worried about that. More interested in sort of on the go forward, we're not sitting on city sewer up there, and that it kind of is a problem moving forward for us. So that's part of the reason we looked at adding that into the 27 CIP for design. Okay.
Thank you, Madam.
I mean, I have questions galore, but, I just want to. So from a high level, one question I had was, when it goes from 2026 to 2030, if something falls off other than being completed, where is there a list of ones that have fallen off between the last one and this one, or do they just get tacked on as unfunded to the bottom?
So sometimes those projects are updated, those costs are updated to reflect the new years in the CIP, just pushed out, or the price escalation as we have a new 5-year outlook. And if those are not suggested to be funded, those are listed as unfunded by the specific funding source within the full CIP.
Gotcha.
But they still have the X next to them.
Yeah.
So if you look at the unfunded list and see an X, you see that it was previously funded, now it's not.
Okay. On page 9, it talks about sales tax and the out years beyond 2027 is 2.5%. Is that just usually a placeholder that you guys use, or is that what you guys are expecting from sales tax beyond next year?
Yeah, so that's just a conservative estimate with the 5-year outlook for it. Each year as we start that CIP cycle, we reevaluate that, especially for that upcoming year. So that's why you'll see 2027 this year is at 4%. As we work through the process for the coming cycles, we'll reevaluate 2028. But just for conservative estimates for those longer out periods, that's what we have for the 2.5.
On page 12, but at the end of 2031 for the total cash flow there, 55 million and change, is that money that's needed for westward expansion? So the 800 acres that we did the annexation for about a couple months ago, is this saying that it needs 55 million for that to be viable?
I'd be happy to answer that. So some of those projects are utility, there's triggers of capacity limitations that would require those projects. They're not all westward, though. There is a Southeast Lawrence project in there, too. But most of them are west of K10. And what we're looking at is, at what point do we reach a certain flow in the sanitary system where we would need to go with one of those projects that enlarges an interceptor, for example. At what point will we reach a point where we need that second train for multiple reasons out at the Wakarusa plant? You will notice we pushed that project out, and so we're looking at design in the last year of the CIP now. Just based on some of the metrics we're watching, we do want to get the digester project in before that. The digester would be at our 8th Street our 8th Street wastewater plant. We want to get that project complete. It's all about the reliability and the redundancy and making sure that when a construction project's happening that we can take care and treat our wastewater flow. So then we would be looking at design and construction for that second train, which would take our standard capacity at that plant from 2.5 MGD to 5 MGD.
Could you define the interceptor one for me? I've read about a digester before, but I haven't actually heard about an interceptor.
So again, with the engineering program managers being online, Nick is our expert when it comes to our collection system, and so if he is available, he could probably go into the details of that. He had in the past, I'm trying to remember when he had provided that update of where all the data was coming together on the modeling for our collection system and what we had originally thought was needed for our sanitary. He was able to go in through the modeling and reallocate some of those projects and where the real bottlenecks are. Nick, would you like to explain the Interceptor project that's shown as development driven? Lake Alvamore.
Yeah.
There you go. Hi, Nick Hoyt, Engineering Program Manager. When you join the meeting, there's like a 20-second delay, and you don't hear what was kind of talked about in that 20 seconds. But I believe the question was about the Lake Alvamore sanitary sewer interceptor. So that is a sewer that's on the west side of Lake Alvamore. It was built in 1990 or so by a benefit district in the county, and it was not sized for the full development density of it being in the city. So at some point, as that area west of K10 and between Bob Billings and 6th Street develops, that will require being upsized. So we're kind of guessing when that will be, but it will be in the future. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, so basically, let's say the pipe there is, a foot or something like that, but that may not be enough to support the annexation, so we may need to replace that with something bigger. Is that a way of understanding it?
Yes.
So the $55 million for this, is that expected to be generated via property taxes in that area? Could you talk about, where the funding for that's going to come from, or is that expected to be people in Lawrence are going to pay for that for westward expansion?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to the funding piece. So all of those projects that are listed under revenue bond, whether they're listed as funded or in that development-driven category, those are the ones we anticipate to be shifting a lot every year, so we wanted to call attention to those. All of that is paid through our rates. So this is the city portion. There were some questions that had come through previously. We have a development administrative policy with some resolutions that indicate what utilities, components of our utility system are paid for by the city versus the developer. You as the commission could change that policy, but that is the policy that guides how we set these up right now. So a regional pump station, for example, that's on the city to pay that cost. If we are looking at a 16-inch water line extension along Bob Billings west of K10, developer pays the cost up to 12-inch on water mains, and then the city pays that difference for a larger water main for our system. Those are just a couple examples, but there's a lot of detail in those resolutions that are referenced in our administrative policy.
Yeah, I got the email for it, I just didn't have time to.
Yeah, there's a lot of information there.
Gotcha. On page 13, it says a 7.9% increase in revenue generation. Is that an expected 7.9% wastewater water for people in town on their bill? Or is that coming from
That is
something
the
else?
total revenue increase each year for 2026, 27, and 28. So there's 3 years of water to wastewater rate. That 3-year rate was adopted last fall. And so it's not necessarily any one ratepayer is seeing 7.9%. It's the total of all the different ratepayers are going to bring in 7.9% additional revenue with the increases that are listed. So, between industrial, commercial, residential, they'll all see, based on size and meter and everything, a slightly different increase on that.
Yeah, so it's an aggregate of all of them. So if somebody who's a resident, they wouldn't just say, hey, that's 7.9 just from residents. That could be city at large.
No, 7.9% is what we will see as it relates to the rate increase collectively of commercial and residential. So it's not the individual, the
Ratepayers, right. Some ratepayers may see 9%, some of our residential users may see 2 or 3%. And that was that's
It's a,
listed in,
it's a revenue projection.
it's a revenue
It's
projection.
not a rate projection, it's a
Right.
revenue projection.
It's a rate model that gives us our rate it's based on our rate projections needed to bring in that additional revenue projections needed to bring in the additional revenue for those capital projects and for all the other components that our rate model looks at.
Okay.
As
But
far
if-
as,
Yeah, and if you add a bunch of new users, that you generate revenues through new users, then you're generating revenue, that doesn't mean the rate has to go up.
Gotcha.
Right, so that's why you're looking at the model each year.
Okay. Yeah, let me put that one in the back of my head. So
Yeah.
just a couple more questions. On page 15, there was the one for the annual ambulance replacement program. I know this got answered in the questions, but I think it'd be good to know, just the question of, why are we replacing an ambulance every single year?
I can answer that. I'm not sure if anyone from LDCFM is online to provide more information, but we actually purchase 2 ambulances each year. So the ambulances are on a 7-year replacement cycle, and this is agreed upon replacement plan by the county. And so they agreed to that, and they're 100% reimbursed by Douglas County. I think I see Mackenzie if she has any further information to add.
As McKinsey comes over, I'll note the county pays.
Okay. So,
But,
and, maybe
so they
that's-
said it.
Yeah,
They
maybe
make the
that's,
decision.
Good enough, absolutely. Yeah, I got 3 more questions, and let's see.
But McKinsey is here, let her,
Mackenzie?
Oh, sure. Oh, sorry. All right.
No, it's okay. No, Mary said it perfectly. So 100% funded by the county. They do have an established replacement cycle. That has fluctuated a little bit in discussions over the past few years, just based on lead time. But we are settled back into 2 a year with an adequate lead time.
Okay. All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Let's see. And then on page 17, so question about this, the farmland remediation. So is that going to be complete by 2031? Or is there going to be out years where this is continuing to be a couple $1 million every single year?
The saga.
our farmland remediation program has a various list of treatments and improvements that we're doing as part of that. So for example, we did put money from the farmland remediation into the campus project because we are doing substantial capping with the pavement that is being added out there. There's also some additional projects planned in the next year or two. So what we did for the current CIP is we moved out, it's somewhere $7-8 million into those last 2 years of the CIP. That is what is slated for some side stream treatment if at our 8th Street wastewater plant, if we have to take that nitrogen-rich water to the treatment plant and treat it there as part of the next phase. We don't want to jump to that expense until we gather data on some of the other smaller cost items that we are doing over the next couple of years. So I guess I would say we don't necessarily know if we'll have that impact and if that would be constructed in the next 5 years. But what was authorized, a resolution a few years back, was up to $15 million for the farmland remediation. All of that funding is shown within the 5-year CIP unless it's already been spent. So we're continuing that placeholder. We're optimistic that what we're putting in place, and as that data comes in, we'll be able to set up something that we will not need additional funding. But it's an ongoing commitment that the city does have to address that nitrogen-rich water out there as part of the remediation project.
Thanks for that. Before, I was talking to Craig a couple months back, and we were talking about the concrete roads and what has to go into those to maintain those going into the future beyond 20 years. And he had mentioned that as long, how did he say it? He said, as long as you maintain it, it will go beyond basically 20 years and stuff like that. So I'm curious, since 2031 will be 10 years for some of the concrete roads that were started in 2021, like what does that look like, or what's the expectation of, like what will like Wakarusa need in terms of like a touch-up,
Right.
for that period, or, do you know what I mean?
Yes, and I'm happy to answer just in general. So our street maintenance program that's in the CIP, we use asset management, our PCI data. We look at, in our predictor model, what specific treatments we can apply to all of our roads, throughout their lifespan in order to have lowest cost of ownership. So the new concrete roads that you're referring to, we've put in a lot of concrete on our arterials. They are all part of that model. That's why we've seen that PCI go up above 70 on our arterial PCIs. As far as the specific treatments, I would call on Dave Cronin, who may not have been able to join. I know he was going to be a little late to this meeting, on exactly what treatments those streets that are concrete arterials would require.
Okay.
But it's all part of that funding, and I would say, if you look at all the funding sources for that and the need, it's like 106 million over 5 years, and over 30 million of that is currently shown as unfunded. So what that means is we do delay some of those treatments, and as we do that, we ultimately end up with a higher cost of ownership where we have to do some reconstructions. So some of our standalone projects in the CIP are those reconstructions. If anyone's driven down Harvard between Monterey and Castled, that's one that we have slated. You can see the degradation on that. And the section of Bob Billings is a full reconstruction, and so you see the impact with the timeline on construction when we have a full reconstruction project.
And Melissa and Melinda, the M&Ms. To add to that, to the vice mayors, to kind of piggyback on that, I mean, that lifespan as it relates to the asset management, we talked about that earlier with the PCI. And depending on... Still recording me? Mm-hmm. Okay. That's my train of thought. PCI. So when we say if a road, how long a road lasts and the longevity of that, that's based on that conversation we had earlier in the year about where we wanted our rating to be with our roads. Yep. So as we look at street maintenance, and I think our 69 is where we're at, or what we're hoping to be at.
A little bit lower right now. We're
I know.
65
I'm saying where
average.
we want it to be, and where
Our
we're
goal was
at.
70.
Yes.
For everything.
Our goal is 70. We're not there. In order for us to get there, it's going to cost more. But as we navigate that, if you want 20 years worth of life, you got to pay champagne. Okay, we talked about this, champagne taste, tap water budget. So that's kind of the balance, I think, is where Craig was coming from, is that, we can get 20 years out of it if we do the proper maintenance to maintain that PCI that keeps them at 20 years.
Yeah, I do want to learn more about that. So, we can take that off here. And
But that would be it's been a while since we've had an update on the asset management plan, and those are, have we had that since you've been on?
No,
I think it's even before you.
I don't think so. Not in a long time.
We come back about once a year and update on PCI. Now, we are collecting new PCI data this year, so it might be helpful once we've collected that data and we have some analysis for you to bring that forward, because we do the full city analysis of all of our PCI values on all of our streets every 3 years, and so this is the year for that. We're working on the contract for that, so you'll be seeing that come forward.
But I was thinking about the full presentation that was maybe 4 years ago that really gets into
To make them understand.
When
gets into the
Darren
weeds.
was up here.
Yeah, not just the scores, but how we
you
got that
evaluate
done.
PCI.
That might be a good one to have again.
We might need just a little time. Our asset management, or asset manager position was filled as of yesterday, so we have a new asset manager, but it'll be fun for me to go back to him and say he has a presentation to commission.
Or maybe find the commission meeting where we did have that conversation.
Yes, we'd be
and that
happy
could
to share.
Homework for us to kind of.
That's true, too.
And so, and maybe during that asset management, I'll just be kind of curious. I mean, one of the things that, our friends at the LJ World said recently is that, we don't have any long-term understanding of some of the decisions we made in the past. And so it'd be good to know if, from this asset management perspective, what's that?
I don't agree with that, but I'm sorry.
No,
Sorry.
So from an asset management perspective, does that give us visibility into roads like 10, 15 years down the road and what that could look like and how that could help the community understand, how we're thinking about that? That's the only reason I was asking about that.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point to talk. Other questions before we open to public comment?
I got two more, and then
Okay, go for
I
it.
promise I'll stop. There are two things about the loop. As the mayor mentioned, there was a lot of questions about that. One was PR5B28,000. It says just Lawrence Loop Extension. Is that just the catch-all for all of the work, or is that?
If that's the 884,000.
Yes.
That's the section of the loop from Sandra Shaw to Michigan.
Okay.
We hit a roadblock with property acquisition, and so that funding was kind of reserved in a way within the CIP. It was cap sales tax funding before, so we're showing it in cap sales tax funding maybe in 2028 as a placeholder.
Gotcha. And there was another item, which was the Atchison Creek Bikeway Trail construction. Is that part of the loop, or is that something that's different?
That is not one of the designated loop gaps, a different bikeway. It's been a resident requested item on there for a few years in the CIP.
Gotcha. And does
Unfunded.
when we do an unfunded one, does that help organizations in town go get grants? Because at least the numbers on there from a unfunded perspective, even if it's not funded from the commission from a CIP?
Possibly. I think individuals in the room from the public may be providing comment on that tonight,
Okay.
and they might be able to answer that as part of their public comment.
Can I interrupt? I just want to make sure. I thought that money for the uncompleted Sandra Shaw portion of the loop was a grant, federal dollars.
That we had to return.
So you
This
sent
was
that
our
money
match.
back. Okay, so you sent this grant money back.
Yes, the 884,000 was the cap sales tax funding that
Yeah.
the city had set aside
Sure,
for the
but you
project.
sent that sales. You
We
sent
had
the money
to
back.
send that
Can we
grant back.
apply for that money and
We can always apply
have a
for.
negative impact on us because we returned it, or is it a positive thing we returned?
I don't think so. I don't think it
Okay.
would have a negative impact. If we continuously did that, then that could be the case, but we utilize a lot of state grants.
Thank you. I want to make sure I understood that one.
Mm-hmm.
And then final question for the loop extension. I know we had a vote on something at the riverfront, park recently, and there's talk about, maybe potentially activating the recreational easement up through Cameron's Bluff. Are all of these Lawrence Loop projects, is that full cement, the whole 9 yards, or some of these, could that just be dirt, gravel, get it going, and then later down the road, that could be full-on cement?
The Lawrence Loop, to be designated as the Lawrence Loop, it is a 10-foot wide shared use path, concrete.
Gotcha.
And part of our commitment is for to meet accessibility standards as well.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
But there certainly could be other trails
Yeah.
that don't meet that same requirement, just not technically the loop.
Okay. Okay, that's all I got. I'm done.
Okay. Okay, well, let's open it up for public comment, and then we'll bring it back for discussion on some of those questions. Public has 3 minutes on the CIP.
Eric Hyde, 66046. Just two ideas for the loop. You're going to need to increase forestry and parks. Not very much, just a little bit. And those are my two ideas. And I don't have anything else to say. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Eric Nelson. I am a board member with Friends of Lawrence Area Trails. And I'm here to simply speak on behalf of FLAT and just encourage the commission to consider additional commitment to the loop and to the other trail projects. The Atchison Creek one is a really neat trail. I use the trails quite a bit. I'm a mountain bike coach as well. And I think some leadership from the commission would really help us to get funding to get the loop completed and some of our gaps filled in. We have three loops that we're working on. It'd be awesome to have help from the commission to get those done. 79% of the respondents in the 2022 community survey claim to use the trails in our town, which is more than use the library and more than use the police. This is a really vital part of the vibrancy of our community, and really thank you very much for considering these projects, and I love to hear you guys talking about it, so thank you.
Hi there. Sorry about my phone earlier. This is the first time my girlfriend's let me come in public for obvious reasons.
We appreciate you.
Thank you all for having me here. Thank you for having this meeting. I understand that this does not pay you guys a whole lot of money, and you guys have other careers and other things going on, so thank you for what you do, and thank you for allowing me to speak publicly on this. And first thing I'm saying is I'm not the smartest guy in this room. I'm simply just a fireman and a paramedic. But I just wanted to address the mayor, the vice mayor, and the commissioners. My name is Charlie Hershey, and my family has lived and operated a small business on Massachusetts Street in some form or another for nearly my entire life. I continue to maintain those businesses while simultaneously maintaining my own and working as a full-time firefighter paramedic. It's no secret how hard it is for any individual to live the same quality of lives as many others did years ago. My mother, Peggy Cretos, moved into Lawrence with nothing, no family here, no safety net. She opened the Mad Greek on Massachusetts Street, and for 30 years she fed this town. I had the privilege of running it for 10 years before I went into the fire service. If Lawrence did not like what my mother served, she didn't get a severance check, she didn't get a non-disparagement clause, she got an empty dining room, and then she would start again in the morning. And the same goes for 99% of any person already living in Lawrence in their career. And that's the Lawrence I grew up in, and that's the standard that most people in this room used to be held to or are held to currently. So I want to ask a few questions regarding the 5 finalists, now 4 finalists that we have.
I'm sorry, so this is on the CIP? We're talking about the CIP at the moment.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Misunderstood.
But come back to that.
Yeah.
You'll have a chance later on that.
That's a little too high.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Michael Allman. I'm with Sustainability Action Network. A question from staff that you are asked to consider is, should any projects in the CIP be reprioritized, and what would you swap out? First of all, of the dozens of CIP projects, each with dozens of evaluation criteria, I'm in no position to suggest one to be swapped out. What I will say is that the Tennessee-Kentucky restriping for bicycle lanes is highly time sensitive. And it needs to be top priority. It's part and parcel of the Tennessee-Kentucky mill and overlay that will happen in 2027. If the bicycle lane restriping is not funded in this budget, it simply won't happen for another 12 to 15 years, if at all. In 1998, after John Hermes was killed while bicycling at 9th and Mississippi Street, Lawrence commissioned its first serious bikeway plan, the Bicycle Compatibility Index Study. Of the recommendations, one stands out, quote, all transportation improvement projects should be reviewed for inclusion of bicycle-friendly options. 1998 is when the MSO policy was adopted to stripe bicycle lanes at the time of repaving. However, MSO's current policy violates the spirit, if not the letter of the law, by restricting bikeway consideration to streets only marked in the bike plan map, which conveniently doesn't include Tennessee and Kentucky. As 2 of the most dangerous streets in Lawrence, the Tennessee-Kentucky Speedway has a bicycling level of comfort of 5, the worst. In 2009, Rachel Leake was killed while bicycling at 10th and Tennessee Street. Right-sizing to one motor vehicle lane slows traffic. About that, our city engineer has said, traffic moves at the speed of the slowest vehicle. It's not an option to wait for how the Massachusetts Street project goes, nor whether Tennessee and Kentucky is included in the Bikes Plan update, nor to wait for MSO to honor a policy of bikeways in all projects with a poor level of comfort. If restriping to one motor vehicle lane and one bicycle lane is not in the 2027 budget, it will be the death knell for safety on the Tennessee-Kentucky corridor. And I have a request. A letter I submitted didn't make it to the agenda. It was overlooked. I was wondering if I could speak to that for another.
We got the letter that you sent.
Instead of the letter.
Yes, we got that letter.
You'll grant me that?
What?
Pardon?
We got the letter already, so we reviewed that. On Atchison?
Oh, yes. Okay.
Sherry sent that out to all of us to make sure
Okay,
we
but
had.
nobody else has seen it.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Bill Steele, I'm also with Sustainability Action, and I'm also here to urge you to seriously consider the proposed redesign of Tennessee and Kentucky streets. This isn't just about adding bike lanes to please cyclists. It's about smart urban planning and public safety. First and foremost, safety should come before speed and convenience. Right now, Tennessee and Kentucky function like, as Michael said, one-way expressways that encourage very high speeds through dense neighborhoods filled with KU students, families, and children. And let's be honest, almost all drivers are going far faster than the posted speed limits on these streets. In fact, 91% of drivers on Tennessee exceed the speed limit according to KDOT traffic counts. That's a fact. When a pedestrian or cyclist is hit by a motor vehicle traveling 50 miles per hour, which many people do on those streets, by the way, the chances of survival are extremely low. That's one reason these corridors fall within Lawrence's high injury network, where many of the city's fatal and disabling crashes occur. The good news is that the traffic data clearly shows that these streets do not need two travel lanes. One lane is more than capable of handling the traffic volume on both Tennessee and Kentucky. That gives us a major opportunity to redesign these corridors in a safer and more balanced way. Approving funding for this project would directly advance the goals of the city's Vision 0 plan, our safe routes to school efforts, and of course our broader multimodal transportation goals. It would be a meaningful step toward making Lawrence safer and more accessible for everyone. And importantly, this is our window of opportunity. The city is already planning to repave these streets next year, as Michael just said. If we don't make these changes now, we may not get another chance for a decade or more. Waiting for another planning process or another update cycle will simply mean missing the opportunity altogether. In other words, it won't happen. Let's be real. And I also want to emphasize that this proposal is not about taking something away from drivers. It's about adding choices and improving safety. Drivers will still get to where they need to go, but at safer speeds, closer to 25, 30 miles per hour instead of 50. Existing parking would remain in place, but what we gain is safer space for children biking to school, safer access for pedestrians, and better transportation options for people who don't own cars or simply want another way to get around town. And at the end of the day, this is good urban planning. It's relatively low cost, and it's long overdue. Thank you.
Hello, this is Percy Wakeman, zip code 66049. I'm here on behalf of the Lawrence Coalition for Safe Streets, and we have a prepared statement that I'd like to read for you. Thank you for entertaining us today. The Lawrence Coalition for Safe Streets is a grassroots organization who advocates and organizes for safer streets. We support increased CIP funding for critical safe streets and multimodal infrastructure. We are asking you today to fund the Kentucky and Tennessee streets reconfiguration. The Kentucky and Tennessee reconfiguration would convert one existing motor vehicle lane into buffered bicycle or emergency vehicle lane, retain one lane of traffic, and maintain existing street parking on each street. Combined with existing signal timing improvements, impacts to vehicle flow should be minimal given historical traffic counts. City staff have identified Kentucky and Tennessee as two of the most dangerous roads in the city. The current design of these streets represents an old-fashioned method of street design that prioritizes high vehicle speeds over people. The proposed reconfiguration would reduce conflicts between vehicles, pedestrians, and cyclists, and increase emergency vehicle access. The proposed reconfiguration uses well-tested methods to calm traffic and improve mobility options for everyone. City residents have been calling for improvements like these for a long time. Plan 2040 envisions a community that has choices for safe, efficient transportation, including bicycling, walking, and transit, and human-scale urban development in vibrant and livable neighborhoods. For its policy prescriptions, Plan 2040 directs the city to design streets and subdivisions for safe and secure transportation, calling for stronger interconnectivity and multimodal elements and high-quality pedestrian spaces and networks. The Kentucky and Tennessee streets reconfiguration would realize this vision for one of the most pedestrian-dense corridors in our city. Cities across the country, from Indianapolis to Milwaukee, from Louisville to Chattanooga, have been reconfiguring their one-way expressways into more livable streets. We now have the opportunity to do the same. Kentucky and Tennessee are scheduled for a much-needed mill overlay in 2027. Combining the mill overlay with a street reconfiguration saves costs and improves efficiencies, but the reconfiguration needs to be funded first. Safe streets are incredibly valued by the general public. They make neighborhoods more livable and give people choices for how to get around. The Lawrence Coalition for Safe Streets urges you to fund the Kentucky and Tennessee streets reconfiguration. And I'll just add on a personal note, when I was reviewing the scoring criteria for these projects, I noticed that this particular project got a 0 on the fiscal responsibility score. I would urge staff and the commission to reconsider that particular score, just because I can't imagine how reducing from 2 to 1 vehicle lanes would increase maintenance costs. I imagine that the reduced weight on the one lane would actually pay dividends in the long term. Thank you.
Going. Let's see. Now it's black.
It was there for a second. There it is.
Okay.
And there it's not. That's interesting. Presentation though, it's not doing too well. Hang on, try one more thing.
We'll give it a try. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Hillary Carter. I'm an advocate for safe streets, and I'm here on my own behalf. I live in zip code 66046. The map shown here shows 5 years of injuries and deaths on roads that run through our own neighborhoods. The current design prioritizes cars moving fast over people moving safely. Reconfiguring these corridors is not an amenity. It's the city's obligation to residents who have already been hurt or killed here. CIP funding is how we stop adding to this map. Both roads, of course, are scheduled to be repainted in 2027, so the time to redesign these streets for safety is now. Let's humanize these dots. The red, a person struck on these streets died from their injuries on the pavement, in an ambulance, or within 30 days in the hospital. A family lost someone. These deaths are not accidents. They are a predictable result of placing people on foot or bike next to high-speed traffic with no protection. Darkest blue, broken bones, shattered wrists from a bracing fall, a fractured pelvis, several severe lacerations cutting through skin and muscle, loss of consciousness, in some cases paralysis. These are people who left in an ambulance, spent days or weeks in the hospital and returned home, if they returned home at all, to months of rehabilitation, medical debt, and a body that no longer works the way it once did. Middle blue, road rash scraped onto raw skin, a gash requiring stitches, bruising across the shoulder or hip from the impact, a concussion from hitting the pavement. Officers could see the injury at the scene. Those people drove themselves to urgent care or had someone drive them. They missed work. They flinch every time they walk past the same intersection for months afterwards. Lightest blue, pain without visible wounds, a neck that ached for weeks, headaches that wouldn't quit, the kind of hurt you walk off at the scene because you're in shock and feel fully the next morning. These crashes go uncounted frequently in injury statistics. The people involved go untreated. That doesn't mean nothing happened to them. And gray, the officer couldn't determine whether injuries existed. The person may have left the scene. They may have been too shaken to communicate. They may have been a child. Unknown does not mean unharmed. It means no one followed up. Every gray diamond on this map is someone whose story we never finished recording. The city's Transportation Safety Action Plan report notes that along Tennessee, quote, speeding on this straight corridor is a persistent issue, particularly during evening hours. Kentucky holds, quote, additional risks where pedestrian activity is high. The intersection at 19th is adjacent to an elementary school, making it a high safety priority. I will have to cross these roads with my child. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Kyle Thompson. I'm the chairperson of the Oread Residents Association, and my wife and I have lived at 1041 Tennessee for 38 years at this point. And when we moved in, you know, there were more Volkswagens and small cars and things like that, and now there's such large vehicles coming speeding down Tennessee and Kentucky that they do pose a really big threat, I think. There have been 2 people in the last couple of years hit in front of our house and not injured badly, fortunately. I mean, the city used to have a speed trap all the time at St. John's. That doesn't exist anymore, so nobody gets in trouble for that. You do see a lot more people with cargo bikes taking kids to St. John's and just, you know, to and from KU now. So I think it would really help in a lot of ways to approve this this project. And it, you know, for me to get to the access to the loop, we have to go down 11th Street or go down New Hampshire, and it's very difficult to get there. And I travel on the loop quite a bit. So I hope you'll approve this project. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Marcy Francisco. I live at 1101 Ohio. I'm here to talk about some other issues on the agenda this evening, but I did not want to miss the chance to say I, too, am a longtime resident of the Oread neighborhood. I'm hoping we can continue to work to make it a welcoming neighborhood. And I think these changes to Kentucky and Tennessee would go a long way to restoring this as a great place for residents, for students, for families. Thank you.
I think that's everyone with the safe streets. Hi, I'm Tom Feiler. I am here on the behalf of the Lawrence, Kansas Amphitheater Project, and I'm just excited to be here. I first came to this town in 1993 and spoke to the City Commission about how I was surprised that Lawrence didn't have a band shell or some kind of a outdoor, little civic amphitheater. And I'm here today because I've really worked hard to try to move the project forward out at Sesquicentennial Point Park. I'm not sure if you all know where that is, but it's by Mount Run. Okay, we know where it is. It's a beautiful overlook, overlooks the lake and valley. So we're basically trying to, over the next 5 years, we've launched an an annual giving campaign, and I also throw the annual Great Plains Art, Food, and Maker Festival out there as a proof of concept to try to help show people it can be done. Basically, we lost a lot of parking when the Bert Nash Treatment and Recovery Center expanded their campus. We lost all the parking for Bertram Park for large events. And South Park has also lost a lot of parking with the expansion of the Douglas County Judicial and Law Enforcement Center. So we're really kind of strapped for space for large events. So Sesquicentennial Point was the whole time was meant to have an amphitheater. This is kind of a phase 2 I'm trying to do. So we're trying to get like a feasibility study going. And then just over the next 5 years, my nonprofit working with as many partners as possible to try to do private fundraising and whatever we need to do. So it's kind of all I got.
Good evening. I have an image for Holly Krebs. The Coalition for Collaborative Governance thanks city staff for suggesting changes to help stabilize the city's ability to pay for their debt this year. This includes moving some annual street maintenance costs to the capital sales tax fund for a few years, rather than taking on debt for all of this annual cost. This is a sustainable model for financing regular and expected infrastructure repair that we recommend for future years too. For the Commission's March 3rd meeting, city staff produced a chart of expected payments for their current GO debt and all future GO debt in the 5-year CIP. This chart showed that the city would have to dip into their fund balance to pay this debt starting in 2030, and then from 2033 to 2036, this fund would have $1 million plus deficits every year through 2036. You can see this in the lower pink fields of this chart. For tonight's meeting, staff made several adjustments in their funding recommendations, which you can see below, in the chart below, which improved this fund's projections significantly. Unfortunately, one problem with this funding model is that it assumes the city will only take on a few $1 million of GO debt annually for street maintenance for a 5-year period from 2032 through 2036. We are concerned this is an unrealistic expectation for a community of 100,000 people, and this proposed CIP may significantly limit the city's future capacity to financially manage planned or unplanned infrastructure needs during the 2030s. I have a second image now. Tonight's presentation also showed the city's proposed GO bonds. In the red boxes, you can see how much GO debt is proposed in this year's CIP and how much was approved in last year's CIP. For 3 of the 4 years included in both of these CIPs, the debt proposed tonight is higher than the amounts approved last year. The debt service fund charts that I showed earlier shows smaller debt payments than previously planned, so it's unclear how higher expected annual debt leads to lower debt service payments. This confusion may be because the city's documentation. In previous years, the chart before you included a row labeled General Obligation Debt Revenue, which is outlined in black. This term implied this was the amount of debt the Commission was approving for each year. In discussions last year, staff implied that this number actually reflected cash flow rather than debt issued each year. This year, the chart's labels changed to indicate cash flow amounts. If this number represents cash flow instead of approved debt, we have not been able to identify any way to know how much debt city staff is actually proposing the Commission approves each year. We believe staff should provide very clear details on how much debt has been already issued for each project and how much debt they are asking the Commission to approve in each year going forward. Thank you.
John M. 66049, first image for John M's, please. The Coalition for Collaborative Governance has been examining CIP project budgets. Some CIP project budgets change each year, making it difficult to know how much debt the Commission is authorizing each year. For example, listed in the green box is the City Hall's renovations approved debt. It has changed dramatically 6 years in a row. Even though the Commission approved between $6 and $12 million for this project in different years, we've not been able to find presentations explaining the budgetary changes. On the other hand, the debt actually taken out for this project in the last 3 years has been multiple millions of dollars less than the amount approved by the Commission, listed in the yellow box. The Commission authorized a plan to spend $8 million on City Hall renovations in 2026, but the city only took out $3.6 million. It's unclear how the CIP budget approved by the Commission each year actually relates to the amount of debt the city issues each year. It's also unclear how the city plans to pay for all of their debt. Tonight's report included information about paying for most of the city's GO bonds, but these only account for 40% of the city's debt. Tonight's report does not show how to pay for the additional $345 million debt paid for with our utility fees. Second image, please. This data is from the city utility rate model and shows payment projections for the city's revenue bonds, but this information was not included in your agenda item packet. The city also recently issued $65 million in GO bonds paid for by the city's stormwater and solid waste funds, but no information indicating the payment plan for these bonds is provided. Debt payment plans show that the city's anticipated debt payments will be $21 million more annually in 2030 than they were in 2025, a 64% increase in 5 years. We suspect this total will be more since the payment plan for the additional $65 million in utility GO bonds is not provided. We believe information about the city's total debt and its impact on Lawrence residents should be available. The city's current total debt is $584 million, which is a 26% increase from this same time last year. The city's debt is now $6,000 for each Lawrence resident. We request, for the benefit of the Lawrence community, that staff clearly present the total debt the Commission is authorizing each year and how the city plans to pay for all its debt. Thank you.
The public comment in the room? How about online?
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Lourdes Kalisha. I'm a Lawrence resident, zip code 66046, and I'm here to speak in favor of the proposal in the CIP for the Tennessee and Kentucky Street reconfiguration. So growing up in Lawrence, being able to safely bike gave me the freedom to explore my neighborhood and built my sense of independence. As an adult, I ride my bike to work nearly every day, and I'm part of a family of bikers. We all love this activity that lets us get around while enjoying the scenery and doing something good for our bodies, our minds, and for the planet. To me, the bike culture in Lawrence is part of what makes it special, and I would love to see it continue to grow and be protected and prioritized. So the proposal for bike lanes on Tennessee and Kentucky streets is an important step to making more neighborhoods where kids and adults can be safe biking, and the upcoming mill and overlay is the perfect time to address this concern and improve the safety of our city. To me, these seemingly small but thoughtful changes are what make our city a great place to live. Thank you all for your service to this community and for considering our comments.
Thank you.
Patrick?
Yeah, hey, thank you. I just wanted to again reiterate the Kentucky and Tennessee plan. Since we don't have any money to do anything else as far as sustainability in the city, this would be a perfect project to at least try to do something and represent what many of the members of the community here tonight are expressing that they want. I'd also just point out that I think it's literally like once a month that I see someone driving down the wrong way on these streets because either they're from out of town or what have you, and they don't know that it's a one-way, and so there's a safety component. And I also frequently use Tennessee late at night, and I'd also point out that the Bull, their line for their facility typically goes right up to the curbside there, and I'm terrified every time that I drive through because you have a lot of drunk college kids running around, not obeying traffic lights, that I think it's just like inevitable that something bad might happen in the future if we don't do something. And Bill and Michael both pointed out that the data is telling us that we don't need 2 lanes to accommodate the traffic there. And if more people are riding their bikes, then there are less cars in addition that will be passing there, because more people might find the opportunity to use a bike if they do feel safe. And I think it would be a perfect project to put our stamp of approval on our community values and our goals as a community to reach sustainability if we do this. I think it will pair well with the new bike lanes that are being added on 9th Street. I think it starts to create the infrastructure of biking in our most trafficked areas to really get a sense of what these types of simple, low-cost investments, again, that are done timely when we're already doing work there, will do in the long-term goals of our community. So I just wanted to reiterate that, that project should be considered because of just how much it makes sense and because of what the community is asking of this commission. And just because I'm in Puerto Rico right now, I think I'll end with saying, re-elect Jane Eldridge, and please write a moratorium to end data centers in Lawrence until we as a community decide what we want. Thank you very much.
He just knows I can't kick him out. Okay.
Maybe.
Samuel Carter.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor, Vice Mayor. I'm Samuel Carter, 66046, and I'm speaking tonight in support of the Kentucky and Tennessee street reconfigurations. Now, people have made a great case tonight for safe streets on Kentucky and Tennessee. I'd just like to note that we could fund most of the first phase of this, about $300,000, by delaying the $250,000 parking lot repair at the softball complex in Broken Arrow Park that is currently funded and scheduled to come out of the general fund next year. The money is there. We just have to prioritize safe streets. And I think this street reconfiguration gives people options. You know, gas prices are incredibly high right now. And car ownership is just more expensive than ever, over $1,000 a month, according to AAA. But this would be an opportunity to give people a safe option for how to get around. I encourage you to fund it. Thank you.
Stephen Watts.
Hi. You know, I don't know what it is. It's either stupidity, ignorance, or just a flat-out disdain for the public. The way these Zoom meetings function, and we cannot see anything but you people there at the dais. They don't show us the podium. They don't do diddly squat. They finally began to broadcast the podium once there were public speakers, but we could not see the presentation people or the staff members. You've made a big deal about civility, and I'm trying to play your game. You need to play your side of the game and make sure that we out here in Zoom land can see and have a good experience with the meeting instead of, well, if you really want to see it, come here. Oh, hell no. We have this technology available to do this. So please, how many emails do you have to send in to get it done right? From this meeting forward, I'm going to start using my colorful vocabulary again until you make them do it right. Please. And with respect to the streets and Tennessee and Kentucky, which is just around the block from me, yes, bike lanes. However, the bike lanes are useless unless they are protected. And in this town, they have to have a concrete barrier wall to stop the people from going in one way or the other. I was not paying extra close attention to the presentation because I am livid that you allow these urine-soaked meetings without showing us the images. Are you aware of what these people do, these market rate paid staff? It's absolutely incredible. So let's try to do better. Let's get bike lanes and let's be sure that they're protected. I used to ride my bicycle from here at 17th in Louisiana to over in 5th in Wisconsin to get birdseed. I can't do it because it's too dangerous. Yeah, if I fall and hurt something, I'm old and it doesn't heal as quickly as it used to. I used to bounce. I don't bounce too much anymore. Okay, thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay. Bringing it back to us, we had the policy questions about the unfunded projects, which you heard about tonight, any projects that should be delayed, the capital sales tax, and any additional information. Michael, I would like to ask you, since you didn't get a chance, about the Atchison project real quick, Atchison Creek project. Last year when we talked about this, I know there was at least some discussion with KU, because for those who don't know, it goes across some of.
And so what is your question?
Yeah, what has there been any update, any more discussions with KU or anything since last year?
No, I have not recently.
Okay.
This proposal came up in 2021 when we first made it.
Yep.
And it was basically to form a collaborative partnership with KU Endowment that owns the property.
Yep.
Evergy that was building the Free State substation on that property, and the City of Lawrence. And the city engineer, from what I understand from some email communications, did meet with those parties, worked out temporary easement for construction of the Evergy substation, anticipating that that might become the permanent easement. But considering that KU Endowment owns the property, it will be their asset. There were some comments when I submitted this to the CIP portal that the city would need to add funding to buy the easement, and that's not true because it's on KU property. They would be providing the easement from what I understand from the negotiations. It makes sense to me that the city shouldn't be paying for KU to have an asset on their own property.
Okay, but no other updates since last year. Okay, I'll put that on my list. Okay, thank you, Michael.
Okay, thank you.
Like I said, we're going to see this a couple more times, but any comments, changes, suggestions we want to make at this point?
Yeah, I guess one of the overall questions was how this is going to be paid over time with debt. Is that going to be one of the future discussions where we learn what those numbers look like and be able to kind of dig into that?
Yeah, I mean, yes, we will get into some of that. I mean, you know, when I was back on the Planning Commission, you know, because this goes to the Planning Commission too, you know, we only had a 1 year, I mean, there was no such thing as a 5-year CIP, right? And so there was no plan. There was just you built projects and you paid it. I mean, so on one hand, I think it's, you know, really good that we're saying this is what we think we're going to do in the next 5 years. But as you can see tonight, and every year that I've been on there, there's never been a year that the 5-year CIP is constant, you know. And so when you say about how we're going to pay for it, I mean, obviously important to have some plan in place, you know, to generally pay for some amounts of money. But, yeah, I mean, when you start talking about the out years, you know, if you don't have the money to pay for it, you just don't do the project. Mm-hmm. And so, and then, of course, we have issues, as we've talked about earlier, you know, we might say in the CIP, we're going to, whatever, use an example that came up, called, we're going to replace the pool, and we're going to spend for $5 million to replace the pool in 2026. Well, it ended up that we decided to do that over 2 years. We're replacing part of the pool this year, and we're doing part of the pool next year. So it ended up, even what we said we were going to do, we actually are building the project, but it doesn't happen in the same years, and so the amount of debt is different. So yes, we need to talk about how we're going to pay it in general, but that to me is more of a question not of the CIP, which is a 5-year look forward. It's more of a question of every year when we actually go and issue that debt and when we approve the contract. So yes, I think that's part of it. But, also this is kind of an idea of, are these the things we should be working towards? So I think it's a little bit of both, in my opinion. But yes, if we want to talk about how we're going to pay for it, that'll be part of not only, the CIP is one part, but that's why we pair it with the budget, because we have to say how we're going to spend certain things in the budget. So absolutely. And I do think, I guess the last thing I'd say on that is, I sometimes, no one did it tonight, but sometimes people will say, well, why don't you not do this wastewater project and instead build a water park? Well, you can't use wastewater funds to build a water park. And so, even within those plans, you have to look at the funds that, we are using for the particular projects and how they might relate. And so, and what the funding sources are. So obviously, the rate model discussion comes at a different time than the GO sales tax sort of thing. So we get to talk about funding a lot, just at different times. I would say, I'm generally, okay. With where the CIP is at this point, there's not, at this point, we don't have a lot of funding and lots of projects to swap out as we've done in some of the years past. It's a pretty lean CIP because we have obviously spent a lot in the last few years. And so I'm generally good with the projects, as they were presented and look forward, to some of those projects, see if they become a reality. Obviously, I think we have to try to use the sales tax, to renew the sales tax, the 0.3 sales tax. I do think if there's a question about if we think we can keep up on the roads and how we're going to pay for it, there could be a discussion of if we still want that to be 0.3 or something else. If we don't like the idea of debt funding and you want to cash fund projects, then the sales tax fund would be, a higher sales tax fund would allow you to cash flow, and you would know what your cash is, and you can, spend it more easily. And so if we wanted to get away from debt funding and wanted to go to more cash funding, then, maybe next year that we should be having that discussion about should that number be 0.3 or should it be a larger number. But certainly I think doing it at the 0.3 is a minimum that we need to continue to have that discussion. Because as we talked about earlier, even with road maintenance, even with the money we're spending on road maintenance, we're not keeping up with what our asset management plan says we should be spending each year. We're about 30 million short on that, not per year, but 30 million short. And so, I think that could be a discussion for another time, but and I guess I would say, I think we could change the title on the loop or something to make it more clear that the loop funding could be used for more projects. I think some folks saw the unfunded projects and they're like, well, you're only supporting one, not the other. I think we could maybe just change the title on that a little bit to make it clear that as we look at some of these expansions and we look for state matching funds, which we usually get in the loop, that this is set aside for that as we can continue to look, which will be very important as we look further into the riverfront. And if we decide to do something with the riverfront and try to take the loop to the riverfront, having some money available for that could be useful.
I guess the question would be, in the next meeting that we have in June, what does that look like and how does it differ from this one?
Well, that's, I won't guess.
Yeah.
Really, if there's specific information you'd like brought back, we're happy to do that, or just provide a general overview on some of those other funds or other projects. Or again, we've talked about street maintenance and maybe what that looks like with their asset management program. So if there's specific things you'd like to request, I think we'd be happy to bring that back as we can in the next meeting in June.
So we usually don't do 2 meetings, so we added this meeting, to get, because some of the concerns. So the other thing would be that we provide feedback like we do on all the budget, and then the city manager will make their recommendation on the CIP. And so the city manager recommended budget will be a CIP, and it could include something, that we've talked about. Obviously, this is the recommendation, but it could change a little bit. But then we'll be having to vote on that and talk about it several more times before eventually adopting it.
If I may, I've made the request, but it would also help in CIP deliberation. I would like to see what our replacement schedule is for vehicles, what our policy around it is. You don't always see, for example, utility vehicles in your CIP. You can run them in through your operations. So I'd really love to just see high level what we're doing on that. I'll just go ahead and go down the line. I would definitely be in favor of renewing the sales tax. I love the idea of not debt funding right now. But I have probably ad nauseum explained my concerns about debt, so I won't drive that home again tonight. But I will not be comfortable doing any kind of funding for the CIP until we have long conversations with the new municipal advisor. That's just out there, to put that out there for it. I'm good with the projects that you have. I do appreciate the Safe Streets folks and the amphitheater project that was mentioned. We're not making any decisions right now, ultimately. So I guess I'll just leave it at that right now. Thank you.
I had a quick question. It might be for Melinda on under the general fund, unfunded, which was at one point funded, the electric vehicle infrastructure. I feel like I remember our conversations around that, but it dropped off, and I can't remember the why on the drop off.
The EV infrastructure program had been spread out over several years, and we did address all of the EV charging infrastructure that we needed for the vehicles that we had slated over the next few years. And that's one reason it fell off, because there were other priorities for those funds, and we didn't actually have a need next year to add those new chargers.
Okay. Thank you for that.
I guess because of the conversation, can we get an update on the Tennessee and Kentucky? Looking at the map, it looks like Kentucky, I'm looking at the street maintenance future work plan, that Kentucky is from 9th to 19th set to be worked on in 27, along with 13th to 19th on Tennessee, but then 13th to 9th Street is a 2029 project.
That sounds about right. I know we're looking at reconstruction. I believe it's 13th up the hill is the one that's really bad, and then coming down both Tennessee and Kentucky with some street maintenance efforts next year. We're writing those design contracts right now with our on-call consultants.
And then Kentucky from 9th to 6th isn't set till 2029.
That's correct.
And then Tennessee, I think, from 9th to 6th is a 2026 project, because it's being redone as part of the plan.
Yes.
Okay. And I assume the proposal from the groups is from 6th to 19th? The whole stretch? From 6th to 19th? Okay. Not 9th to 19th, 6th to 19th. Anyway, maybe a little update on that, just so we make sure we have that timing right and so we understand that.
Yes, we did look at our street maintenance program and what was allocated or shown on the website, and that is correct as of right now.
Okay.
It is dependent on the street maintenance funding that comes out of this CIP process, however. So it's based on what had been projected for street maintenance in 2027, 2028, and that's how we fit those projects in. So if there's any funding adjustments, then we will either add areas or subtract from what we had slated.
And I guess the related question for me is, I know when we had this discussion last year, one of my statements that I think Michael picked up on and responded to, which was, I kind of wanted to see how 9th Street and Mass Street and how that bicycle works before I would consider Kentucky or Tennessee. And I know one of the arguments, among many, safety being the primary one, but one of the arguments is that we're going to spend the money in 2027, we have to make that decision now. I guess my question would be, under the asset management information we have, if we pushed Kentucky back a year, is that a big problem?
We could definitely take a look at that.
I'm just asking the question.
I know there's a section of Tennessee, at least a block of that was going to need more extensive work. So there was maybe a block of reconstruction, but we could definitely look at that.
I'm not suggesting, I'm asking the question.
Yeah, of what that.
Just to get the information about.
Happy to share that. And it would also depend on what bike facility you're looking at. If it's striping, that's much less cost investment to restripe an area than it would be if you were looking at a protected bike facility and the costs associated with that. So.
Yeah, and I think we could ease into it through striping as a mechanism. We could see how these improvements that are more structural in nature, bollards and striping and built-up concrete pavement, how that looks and how we feel about it. And then if we wanted to move forward, then we could go into a more rigorous protected lane on these streets. But we need to make a commitment one way or another, whether we want to go 2 lanes or one way, like overall, and then maybe try that out with paint and see how it works, and then make a commitment down the road if we're going to do something. Because I would hate to spend a bunch of money on narrowing down those roads and then seeing that there's some unintended consequence. But I think there's room there for us to do something that would slow down traffic and also provide a better environment for all the people there. I just don't know if it needs to be a bunch of construction or equipment, or it needs to be just a mindset of slowing down traffic, putting in 1 lane of traffic, and trying to for bikes and other means of transportation. So, I don't want to start down that road either until we see those improvements on either 9th Street or Massachusetts.
And I would also add, we are going through the process of updating our bikes plan right now, so that might be something you'd want to reference as well as what's indicated in the bikes plan.
Yeah.
What's the timeline on that again, Melinda?
I need to probably check with Jessica, but it's pretty close. I was hearing that it was just the next few months, so I can check with her on where we're at.
That'd be good.
And by the way, are the Kentucky and Tennessee streets based on their PCI index? Are we doing those changes?
Correct.
And do you recall off the top of your head what those numbers might be?
I do not. I'd have to look at the map.
Cool. So that was basically numerically driven.
Correct.
And also, of course, the use is relatively high every day. So thank you. I have a question about the water heaters at the pool.
Oh, in the indoor pool?
The $220,000 we're scheduled for replacement. I'm sure, I don't know if they're down, whether or not it's a effective useful life formula, or whether we could stretch those out a year, because that would find $220,000 somewhere if we could defer that by 1 year.
I think that's an unfunded project.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay, that was the only one I could find that
That's
had any.
That's unfunded.
Okay. So that was it then.
I was going to look real quick. Tennessee and Kentucky, I was looking at the PCI scores. You have to look at the map because each block's different. So some are red, 1 to 41, some are orange, Some are a little better than others, but there's different, each block is different, so have to look at the map.
Mayor, real quick, I'll just say I don't know if this lives in the reprioritization, swap, whatnot, but I do just want to put them out there because I know we're going to come back and have another full discussion on this. After looking at the different projects, there are just 4 that are percolating in my mind as far as we'll continue these conversations. That was around the Lawrence Loop, 7th and Constant, the Tennessee-Kentucky Street reconfiguration, and hearing from Commissioner Dever. I might pick your brain on something like that, so I already called dibs, so you guys can't talk to me about that. And then the other 2 projects that I want to look at that are unfunded under consideration is, of course, the West Lawrence Water Spray Park. Equity is important, and I know as we are kind of traversing through the upgrades to the outdoor pool and what does it look like moving forward as far as our parks and rec facilities. We've done 2 wonderful water parks on the east side of town. We don't have anything on the west side of town, and I recognize that our community does not have concentrated poverty, but poverty is everywhere. And so we need to have parity. There's no parity out west. There's no water feature out west. And as we continue to look at what do we need to do about our different parks, Dad Perry Park and things of that nature, we have great assets out west that could be home to a water park, and we really need to, a splash park, and we really need to look at bringing that parity full circle. I've talked about it for the last 3 years. I'm going to keep talking about it. It's low-hanging fruit. We talked about moving money from different projects to fund this, and at the 11th hour, it always gets cut. I'm a little tired of it. I want us to at least do the due diligence for our community and do that. And then the other project, which is one that we really haven't talked about it in several years. It's come up in different iterations of CIPs, funded projects as land acquisition, and that is RR 260009. That's the 25th Street extension for affordable housing. That is property that's over by Holcomb. That is property that's owned by the school district that was transferred to tenants to homeowners. Tenants to homeowners has been in conversation with Cent from Topeka to do some affordable housing work around permanent supportive housing as well as some rent to own. It just needs the infrastructure put into it, and that's what that project is for. And I really think as we start talking about what our priorities are and what that looks like, and if we're talking about investments west of K10, this is an infill project that we need to start investing in ASAP. So those are my 4. As far as it relates to the capital sales tax sunset, we've had conversations on that. We do need to visit that. We've met our max on that. And I think I think there's 2 conversations to be had about that as it relates to renewing it at its current amount, or if we renew it at a higher amount, what does that look like as far as its breakdown as it relates to bikeways, sidewalk improvement, as well as fire and infrastructure and apparatus. So I think there's 2 conversations that could be split out from that capital sales tax discussion. But, as far as renewing it, I definitely, that's our bread and butter for a lot of these projects. And if we're going to start taking debt projects and moving them over in the capital sales tax, not knowing what's going to happen in the legislature and, current bill that failed, but we know it's possibly going to come back to us. It's going to change how that sales tax and what things are going to look like as it relates to debt funding. And so there's a lot of things that we may want that we may not get, and this is going to be some way for us to prioritize it. So I think that's it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, one question that I would have too is, are there projects where if we put in $100,000 next year, we get like $300,000 out, something like that? One looking at it, real quick is, I think Commissioner Polling, when you were recently talking about like the enterprise fund for the golf course, the question is if we had something like that, we could see how much money was coming in, how much money was basically going out. Like, are there places in town like the golf course or other parks where if we put $50,000 in for a, covered area, people could do weddings or something like that? Like, are there any kind of like low-hanging fruit in the next year where just a little bit of money in one direction could result more money than we're putting in? And so, looking through it, it was kind of, I didn't see any that necessarily popped to mind, but if you guys have one, that would be interesting to know. Going down here, I'm good with the projects. My question for debt is basically, if we could just know how much debt this will cost in all of the various funds at the next meeting and what the total debt of the city will be after the fact. In terms of the capital sales tax, yeah, I mean, I definitely vote to continue that. And yeah, look forward to next discussion.
Mr. Pulling, anything you could?
I'm good.
Okay. Sounds good. That takes us, anything else you need from us? No? No? Okay. Okay, that takes us to the end of the regular agenda items. We're going to go to a work session after a 10-minute break. 10-minute break.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, thank you.
Come back, talk about land development code. Okay, welcome back. We are now going into a work session, and there's no presentation here from staff per se. We want to have a discussion and hear from the public about the first year of the Land Development Code when we passed this Land Development Code a little over a year ago. We said we'd want to come back and revisit and see what is working, what is not working. We've done some cleanup amendments, but this would be, really to talk about more so than cleanup amendments, more, is the code working? Are there areas we should change? And areas we should look to do text amendments. The outcome of this meeting, and I'm looking at Jeff, but, would be to direct staff to, if we have things we want to change, give staff some direction. At a later meeting, Jeff would come back with some sort of work plan about what that would take, what it would mean for other projects, depending on what sorts of things we direct them. Obviously, if we just want to change a number from 10 to 15, that doesn't take much work from the staff side. If we want to change whole sections of the code, that might take a little bit more. So, my thought was we would see if anyone had any questions, then open it up to the public to give us their thoughts, and then again, we talk about this amongst ourselves and give any direction before that. So.
Yeah, I had one question, probably for you, Jeff. I want to start with something non-contentious. So data centers in the thing. So, on page 39, it says data center, and when you actually do a search for it, it's really not defined anywhere. And so, there are different types. Actually, Tim sent us a pretty good rundown of, ones like that are independents where it's like hyperscale, it's like Google's, they take, all the land, all the water, all the energy. And so in terms of land amendments and what that looks like, the county they're reviewing different types of data centers, how that's going to fit in, rather than just kind of this one blanket category. Is that something that we could do to kind of give the citizens a better understanding of what type of data center would be allowed in the code, rather than right now it's really vague?
That's an amendment that you could propose to put forward on that one. We put data centers into the land development code because we didn't have a lot of conversations about, the details and the scales of those things, but that is a possible amendment that could be put in, and we'll figure out how long that may take to get back to you.
Okay. I mean, I'd be down for that, but we can let people talk. I'm sure they'll have thoughts on it.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions or comments before we open it up? Well, I know we got some emails. I know we have some folks who have some thoughts on the development code, so who would like to speak?
So, good evening. I'm Pam Burkhead from University Place 66044. I sent you guys in a detailed letter, so you've probably all gotten that. But I just wanted to state publicly that residents like me and other neighborhoods would like to participate in some kind of a formal forum to gather our feedback about the Land Development Code. And I did want to state that University Place is losing affordable homes to rent and purchase due to this code. And so I think that's important, as that was one of the key parts. We had a house that was $700,000, a duplex that's now $700,000, renting possibly for $4,400 aside, to replacing a house that was $235,100. That was an affordable home for somebody. It's gone. Okay, so we want to be able to do something. Also wanted to tell you, I've stolen a little quote. We have a little neighborhood porch group gathering, and we were discussing this topic at great length. And somebody who isn't from the neighborhood gave me a quote. So the real story is that some of the wealthy property owners are appropriating the issue of affordability to enrich themselves. And I want to be sure, because when we talked about this land development code, everybody said, well, if you're against the new changes, you're against affordability. And that is not true. We are not against affordable homes, okay? We need to prioritize also permanent residents over transient residents. If you want people to be able to stay in Lawrence, be here for 12 months and afford a home, you've got to give them some affordable housing. We should not be redesigning already dense neighborhoods, historical neighborhoods, and changing their design after we've all bought into that concept, either by renting or by owning in that neighborhood. And to change it, to take the neighbor out of our hood is not really great. So please keep the neighbor in our hood and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
John M. 66049. I'm a little confused. Are we talking about data centers?
That's in the code. If you'd like to talk about.
Yeah, okay. Well, if I just got a little confused on.
I did not expect when I put this on the agenda we'd be talking about data centers, but
it came up in the questions.
No, it's come up. We've gotten a lot of comments about it. It's
so
definitely in the code.
There ought to be some kind of presentation to the commissioners about the options among the variety of data centers. Maybe that's on a future agenda. The county has gone through one. They've already had a study on that. There's a lot of material that's available, and you could certainly bring that presentation here for you to see the variety, because they're struggling with, the marriage of what are the options, the different types of data centers versus how the code ought to reflect an acceptance of it versus no, it just ought to be not allowed. I mean, that's a debate, active debate at the county level, and certainly that same level of detail ought to be available to you and available to whatever audience is going to be at these public sessions. So that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, John, just to be clear, and for other folks in the room, I think the outcome of this would be, yes, we want to have a discussion about data centers, or nope, we like it the way it is, we're not going to discuss data centers, as an example.
If I may, it was my understanding that the way the code is currently written, that there's no restriction, that you could probably plop one down with the current code, but it would be good for everybody to hear what could be plopped down and whether you should or not. And yes. I think as people learn more, some of them are going to say not. So,
yes, thank you.
Eric Hyde, 66046. I just want to say that you're talking about building codes. I want to tell you a little story about my uncle who lives in Kansas. He was on a building code commission somewhere in Kansas. I will not say where. And he said the reason he likes Kansas is because we have building codes. He said, and my uncle is conservative, and he doesn't like Missouri because in the rural areas, they don't really have building codes. The next thing I want to say is that about these data centers, evolution requires coexistence. So we're going to need to have data centers. I don't care if people have data. Anyway, I don't want to say anything more. That's it. Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, y'all. Mandy Enfield, University Place neighborhood. University Place spoke out strongly during the land development code process. Our concerns were all based on the fact that the code revisions would draw predatory landlords to campus adjacent properties by making our lots unreasonably profitable. We knew the new code would turn University Place into Oriad 2.0. And here we are. We had a short gap in the demolition moratorium and got worst case scenario for that lot size. It was a really small lot. It could be much worse on a larger lot closer to campus. We have communicated the details of this specific property over email, and I don't have time to speak to it here. So we asked, based on this validating evidence, to please provide protections for older core neighborhoods. This should look like quantifying and defining compatible in the code. The word compatible is used a lot, but there's no measurements around it. Addressing the occupancy ordinance. We talked about this a couple years ago, a year and a half ago, that the occupancy ordinance is not enforceable as it's written. It wasn't enforceable then, it's still not enforceable now. It needs to be rewritten. Engaging with neighbors on overlays or plans. All of these neighborhoods are vulnerable right now. With the new LDC, we all need overlays or plans. and reviving the permitted parking program. I want to add a little caveat to that. Please don't ever talk about parking during these conversations. It's used to it's so simple and it dominates the conversation and we lose an hour. And I'd rather talk about occupancy or density. And committing to mixed dwelling types and new R1 developments. The compatibility piece is most urgent as we cannot count on staff to follow the code's intentions. The requirements must be quantified and technical. A 3-story duplex totaling 8 bedrooms is egregiously incompatible with the surrounding 1 to 1.5 story, 1,000 square foot historic bungalows. Please take this opportunity to make real code changes to protect historic neighborhoods from unfair predatory development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Michael Allman, speaking for myself at this point. As Mayor Finkeldine knows, I had any number of ideas that I came up with during the development of the Land Development Code, such as developers should pay for bikeways through special assessments, just like they pay for sidewalks. But I'm not going to go into much of that. I want to focus on data centers tonight. I'm concerned that I did not know, and I apologize to the community, that data centers ended up in the Land Development Code. I didn't catch it when I was on the steering committee, so I apologize for that. They need to be restricted through some sort of permitting process. But I want to point out that there are data centers and there are data centers. When somebody does a web search, you're using a data center, but it's certainly not the kind of data center for artificial intelligence, not generative artificial intelligence or large language artificial intelligence. Those kind of data centers are the ones that are large scale, hyperscale, use huge amounts of water, particularly, and electricity. What's the point of building 1,000 acres of solar if you're going to put a data center and then suck up all that electricity that the community wants? So we need to look at this at a matter of scale being not just physical footprint, but the footprint of water and electricity, but also what it's used for. I would say we need to ban kinds of data centers that are artificial intelligence used for surveillance, and they are out there, are being proposed. We won't know what they are because if they're being for surveillance, they're not going to tell us. But we need to look at this very in detail. And I think we need a much stronger text amendment and permitting process, if nothing else. So enough said. Thank you very much for looking into this.
Sorry, I got to get my pages ready. Okay, good evening, commissioners. I sent you a very long email last night at like 2 in the morning. I apologize about that, not a lot of time, but I was kind of like stuck in this crazy information search. But anyways, I wanted to ask the commission tonight to direct staff to draft a moratorium on data center development and to urgently request that the staff put this on the next agenda on June 2nd for the commissioners' consideration. This is a short time frame, but I included example moratoriums from other counties and from different municipalities in my email, so I think drafting one shouldn't be terribly hard. We can use the framework that other counties and cities have done for us. I also would like to ask the commission to direct the staff to initiate a text amendment to remove data centers from the principal use table 20-8-1 on page 89 of our land development code. This would, if we pass the moratorium, this would give the time for the staff to actually go ahead and research, craft code regulations, see if the community wants to have data centers, what regulations we'd want, restrictions on size, if we want to ban them, if we want to quantify what they are. I just have huge concerns because we don't have a definition of what a data center is in our code. And like Michael said, there are multiple different types of data centers, and we need to understand exactly what we want to have code over. And there's a lot of data, ironically, about the data centers. And we just don't have enough empirical evidence to show what has happened to communities that have allowed this. Recently, the Douglas County Commission worked on this session, and they had information about data centers, and their consensus was they have a text amendment. They don't have data centers as a permitted use in any of their zoning districts. So for right now, they have a de facto ban. They are not concerned because the infrastructure for both the energy and the water is not sufficient in Douglas County. However, there does become concern when the city annexed property. Again, that principal use table allows any sort of data center in any industrial zoned area. So I have some questions about how this became part of our code. So when were data centers added to the principal use table? I can narrow it down between October 2023 and October 2024, but the links for the draft code are broken, so I can't really go back and look. Who advocated or allowed the data centers to be added? And this is not to be like accusatory, but just like who did this? Was it something that was done by the consultant? Did staff put it in? Why, when, where, how? Why were they permitted without any definition? Again, we don't know what counts as a data center, and the only time it's found is in this use table, which is concerning. Does an initiation of a text amendment halt potential data center activity like it does in the county? Have there been any inquiries by prospective data center developers in the city limits? What would our current energy and water infrastructure allow? Would the city entertain any tax incentives? What potential areas of the city and the county would be most affected by potential data centers? And are there any current industrial zone districts that are viable? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Hansen, 66044, UPNA neighborhood. I'd like to say I support the thoughts conveyed by my neighbors Pam and Mandy tonight at the UPNA discussions. Also, based on the current single-family house that's been demolished at 1812 Illinois and being replaced with a duplex where each side is renting for over $4,000 apiece, I'm curious, how does this meet the Lawrence Development Code affordability plan? And is there a way that the city members that have the LDC knowledge and responsibilities maybe can provide opportunities for citizens to better understand this code and how it, and value it, and how it values our existing neighborhoods, and also piece about the data centers now as well. But also, really, I sent a note last night to the commissioners. There were some broken links that I had problems trying to find some of the codes, so if we could focus on those as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, good evening. Marcy Francisco, 1101 Ohio, 66044. I appreciated the opportunity to be involved with this land development code, and it was a massive undertaking. I'm sure that there's more than one detail that some of us missed. And when we think back to the adoption of the code, the final draft presented to the Planning Commission was not posted until after the written public comment deadline had passed. So I think it's really important that we do have an opportunity as a community to have a structured way to relook at this. We heard comments that parking requirements may need to be addressed in neighborhoods close to the universities, but no recommendation was adopted. A thought was that some of these might be solved by a parking permit program. I don't know if much work has been done on that. The comprehensive plan certainly calls for additional density, but it also calls for welcoming neighborhoods, and they need to be balanced. Concerns remain that the increases in density will not be shared equitably throughout Lawrence. So again, I'm hoping that you can work to establish a framework. I added in my written comments a few specific comments that I had actually shared over a year ago with the commission. One, just the residential use specific standards might need to say the following standards also apply to manufactured home detached dwellings. When you read it, it looks like they may only apply to those manufactured dwellings. The edits for the accessory dwelling units would allow both the principal dwelling and the ADU to be occupied by persons, neither of which is the record owner. If the owner could have created a 2-unit dwelling at the time. And I want to make sure that this isn't a way to get around a requirement for separate utility connections. And then a part of the code establishes minimum commercial use off-street parking requirements for commercial uses in residential districts. And I think this really meant to say commercial uses in commercial zoning adjacent to residential. So one example would be along 9th Street where you have a lot of commercial. So how do we deal with the parking requirements for those uses so that they don't fill up the neighborhood streets? And then I've listed some other comments for wording for planned development districts. Certainly appreciate the opportunity for more work on this. And thank you. I did not support Senate Bill 418, but I'm happy to work if we need to make changes to adopt it.
What a mess.
Tim Hamilton, 66044. It looks to me like we really need to have two issues divided up here, the infill building issues and then the data center issues. And I would encourage the commission here to order the staff to initiate some engagement with the public on both of those. And here's why. When the Land Development Code was passed, it was over a year ago, and I wrote some stuff on it and said that, you know, prices were going to go higher on lands and passed out things to you guys. We had like 200 people. Remember, they brought chairs from upstairs because there were so many neighborhood people that wanted to talk. And at that time, one of the things that was mentioned was that this land development code was a work in progress. It was clay to be molded, and the community is going to be involved. And don't worry, you'll have a voice in this. But that really hasn't happened. And I think it's because it's kind of like in baseball. When there's a pop-up on the infield, I've got it, you take it, and no one really ends up catching the ball. I think maybe the Planning Commission thought someone in the city staff was going to engage with the neighborhoods, and maybe the staff thought the Planning Commission was going to, which wasn't going to. Maybe they just assumed neighborhood people were going to organize and come to Planning Commission meetings. The point is, there was never any public civic engagement to allow that to occur. And that's not just me saying that. So KU Urban Planning graduate class, Riley Ostertag did infill as her topic. From her report, residents feel as though they are not being heard or being brought into the process too late to have any meaningful impacts. Increasing awareness of the resources the city currently has and specifically how to access them would benefit not only concerned citizens who want to understand the projects, but the city planners and public servants. So it would be really, I think it's vital that the neighborhoods get involved openly, that there are transparent communication, open forums that would do that, and not just let's have coffee at 5:30 in the morning twice kind of thing. Really, really engage the community, and you'd see neighborhood groups like University Place, University Heights, Oriad, all of them would come out. As for the data centers, Dominique and I probably disagree on politics 80% of the time, but we are brothers in arms on this one. And that is that there ought to be a moratorium until a new category for the high-end AI data centers is put in place, a separate zoning category. And I think under home rule you can do that. But until that gets investigated, really need to put the clamps on it and do a moratorium. And I'm Mr. Pro-business, but in this case, that needs to be done. And an open forum also to allow that.
Holly Krebs, 66046. KU graduate students in the Urban Planning Department's Politics and Planning class researched and wrote papers about recent Lawrence issues, which included policy recommendations. I shared 2 papers relevant to the LDC with the Commission recently, and I want to highlight a few suggestions from their papers that the Commission could investigate for future consideration. One policy recommendation is the use of pre-approved housing plans, which is recommended in the Housing Supply Accelerator Playbook developed by the National League of Cities and the American Planning Association. This could potentially accelerate the development of housing, especially by providing pre-approved plans that are appropriate in historic districts. Another policy recommendation was for context-sensitive development standards. I believe these would include overlay districts, such as the one that exists for the Oriad neighborhood. These context-sensitive development standards could especially be appropriate for East Lawrence and University Place, neighborhoods that are particularly concerned about maintaining their neighborhood character. A third suggestion was to increase missing middle housing, including cottage clusters. These are collections of small, detached homes around shared open space. The development of these types of tiny homes would provide more attainable home ownership options for first-time home buyers. I do not know if the LDC policies currently allow this type of development, and if not, could the LDC be amended to allow them? Additionally, the Land Development Code currently allows data centers as permitted use in the three industrial zoning categories, and they can also be allowed by special permit in mixed corridor and commercial center zoning districts. The Lawrence Journal World did an article about this recently and stated that, quote, the city's Land Development Code lists data centers as a permitted use in industrial zoning districts, meaning they are allowed by right. No special vote from the City Commission is required as long as they meet district standards such as setbacks, building size, and infrastructure requirements. Nationwide, data centers are facing opposition from communities for many reasons. I believe the city should limit this use in Lawrence for the time being until there are more opportunities for research and community discussions. This land usage could be disallowed entirely by removing it from the special use table. Another option would be for the city to place a moratorium on building any of these, which could be reevaluated in the future. Finally, it's concerning that Jane Eldridge is being actively ousted from the Planning Commission when she is one of the most qualified and most supported members in recorded history and is a valuable member in regards to the Land Development Code development. Thank you.
Sofiana Olivera, 66044. I don't know if we're going to have another opportunity to talk about data centers, but I just want to put one thought in the people that are going to be thinking about this. From what I've read, data centers increase the cost of water at up to 50% in general. And I want you to think about the morality of the cost of water. Water is a human need. Water is not like buying a car, buying lumber, or buying an orange. People need water. With the recent increase in water that we have had, I have heard so many tenants complain about struggling to pay that bill. Any additional increase in water would be catastrophic. In my years as a property management, I have had the sad opportunity to walk into apartments that have not had water for quite a while, and people are still living there. It's pretty sad, it's awful, and it's inhumane. So as you think, I know there are questions of budget and stress on budget, please do not increase the cost of water. Thank you.
Any other comments in the room? How about online?
We do have a few. Bobby Flory.
This is Bobby Flory, Lawrence Home Builders Association. I'm here to say that currently, after a year of the development code, there has really been limited actual development that has occurred in the last year. In 2025, I believe there was only 1 acre annexed. And with so little actual development, it's difficult to come to you tonight with a list of proposed changes. Although there are a few tweaks to the development code that have been brought up, particularly in the 2-family dwellings, I'm not going to raise that tonight. the general consensus is that the code itself is not necessarily more restrictive than other communities. As one developer put it, it's simply harder and more time-consuming to get it through the process here in Lawrence. I'm not hearing widespread complaint about the wording in the code itself. The larger issue just appears to be the lengthy and uncertain approval process. And in fact, when I compared this year's permitting process timelines for the single family and the two family dwellings were actually slower this year than we were last year. And year to date, we only have 10 single family permits in Lawrence, Kansas, and 22 two family permits. So that just gives you an idea of the current housing market realities. The lack of middle-priced homes in the single family is largely economic at this time, but I think density can help that, but I do want to stress that a healthy community needs all types of housing types, price points, and densities, and not just focusing on the category of affordable housing. To be healthy, we want just the range of housing, and sometimes I think in Lawrence that all we hear about and what we want to talk about is affordable housing, but we need that and everything else that goes along with it. Moving forward, I would just suggest that maybe, it's been brought up that we consider incentivizing housing if we want to get more housing in Lawrence, and there are some definite ways we can do that. But something that the city can do that really wouldn't cost anything would be to expedite the permit review and approval process. It would cost very little, but it would actually take out a lot of uncertainty and financing risk for builders and developers. I think the larger challenge is less about the wording in the land development code right now for new construction, but more about creating a development climate where builders and developers feel confident enough to invest again. And my original feedback in the land development code was to allow density rather than to require density. And I would be remiss if I didn't repeat that again. Thank you.
Samuel Carter.
Good evening, Samuel Carter, 66046. So Lawrence has a shortage of housing in the places that people most want to live. And if you remember one thing from my comments tonight, it's really just that there's a shortage of housing in the places that people most want to live. And when you're keyed into this, you hear it all the time. Just last week, you had 2 handwritten public comments that I believe both described predatory leasing practices. And, they didn't know that, you could do anything about it, but those predatory leasing practices can exist because people have so few options for where to live. They don't have the leverage. There's just not enough housing. And I believe we need to give people more options for where to live. Now, the shortage of housing is very disruptive, and it's also very confusing to some people. I think what is really confusing is that when there is low-density zoning in places where a lot of people want to live, and by low-density zoning, I mean really like R1, but really R2, a maximum of 6 dwelling units per acre. That's really low density. When a lot of people want to live there in a free society, it creates all sorts of problems. People compete for housing, outbidding one another. Investment firms, knowing that there's likely to be scarcity, outbid everyone else. And then, tragically, some people see high-cost housing and think we shouldn't allow any more housing at all. They want to pull up the gates. But at the same time, I think that most people get shortages. I think most people understand shortages, We all can see what's happening with the price of gasoline right now. We all know why the price of gasoline is going up. So placing more restrictions on housing just makes the situation worse for everyone. It means more traffic, higher taxes, and greater housing scarcity, precarity, and instability. Now, when Lawrence was first comprehensively zoned in 1926, we had roughly 10,000 people living in it, and we're pushing 10 times that amount now. In 1926, University Place was zoned for 1 and 2 family unit dwellings capped at 35 feet tall. 100 years later, and it is exactly the same, R2 zoning. So for a neighborhood to be within walking distance to KU, to never allow more housing in 100 years, I mean, I think it's kind of wrong, but it also causes lots of problems. If we take what neighborhood advocates are calling for, we would be excluding people from living in those neighborhoods, and that's not welcoming, and I don't think it's strong either. If we value equity and we live in a free society, we shouldn't be picking our neighbors, and that is exactly what people are trying to do right now. Thank you.
Melinda Ball.
So, I have a couple things. So the first is regarding data centers. So I am going on 14-year or 15-year at University of Kansas Information Technology Department, and if anybody else knows, the Price Computing Computing Center, the IT building on campus, has a data center. It's on the first floor. And so yes, regarding land development code, having the distinction of types of data centers is, I feel like, is vitally important, because as already been said, the AI data centers are huge compared to what sits on the first floor, the garden floor, if you will, of Price. But to that end, even the data center at Price kicks out a lot of heat. In fact, it helps heat that building. So that's just another consideration to be in play. Even though distinguishing the two is important, of like more smaller scale versus massive scale, definitely. But even the smaller scale will have that heat output, have that energy consumption involved to an extent. And yes, I also support a pause or moratorium on those larger AI data centers. And then shifting to kind of the development or housing, something I've kind of been a little stuck on is hoping to see more adaptive reuse in town. It's in the code for historical purposes, but also it's capable, because I sat in on at least one meeting with a consultant and stating that, there is that possibility of using the adaptive reuse for commercial to residential conversion. I think that's really something that would be really cool to see in town. It's done elsewhere, and it checks a lot of boxes around creating housing in walkable areas. It already has all of the municipality needs, sewer and such. So I just think that's something I'd like to see, because there are unfortunately kind of a lot of empty commercial spaces around town, and that's a whole other topic. Maybe I'll mention in another time, but that's concerning regardless. But with the need for housing, utilizing the adaptive reuse would be really, really awesome to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay. Bring it back to the commission. Jeff, a couple questions for you, and then see if others have questions or comments, and see where to go from here. A couple updates, if you know, from a couple of questions. I know we're working on pre-approved plans. Tell me where we are in that process.
We've been meeting with vendors to understand what could be available out there for the price that we kind of have as a pilot project, and we're still looking into that. But we've got a couple different avenues we're exploring. One is a vendor side of thing. The other side is building safety is looking at standing up and allowing home builders to build catalogs with us under the building code, so they can come in, pull their own plans and resubmit them and get right through the review process quicker. So it's not so much as one where you pulling from a third party, but if you've already had one go through the reviews, we've already acknowledged that it meets the code, then we just pull it back off and put it right back into the permitting process.
So you're in process of doing that?
Yeah, it's pretty well there right now. We have a few kind of minor things we need to tighten down from the building safety side, but it's pretty well ready to go.
Good. There was a question about cottage cluster developments. Is that allowed in the code, I think?
It is. We specifically added it as part of the code, and it is already there. We also added sections that allow tiny homes and different housing configurations as part of that in the same process.
I don't think it was mentioned tonight, but it was mentioned in one of the letters about our ADUs and maybe getting more information out there about ADUs. But you have an update on how many ADUs we've had in the last year under this code and how it compares to previous years?
I don't have numbers off the top of my head, but anecdotally, we've seen a number more than we did in previous code because of some of the size and limitations that were under the 2006 code are no longer there. So we did see an uptick in that. I just don't have the hard number for that one.
It's not like 50 of them or something. I mean,
no, but it's probably 10 to 15 more than what we would normally see given the course of the last code.
Let's see. Do you have an update on the East Lawrence plan and kind of that district we're working on in East Lawrence, like timing-wise, where we're at?
We don't really have a good update on that one, unfortunately. With the size and scale of the applications the planning division's been receiving at this point in time, we haven't had the resources to put to some of those forward planning efforts that we'd hoped for. It's probably about midway in kind of gathering that public input and kind of synthesizing that information. We were hoping to get back out and have those discussions this summer, but given the application load, it's not looking very promising at this point.
And just for the public, when you're saying application load, what do you mean by that?
The size of the annexations that we've been seeing that you've initiated and brought forward is a pretty substantial amount, and that takes a lot of staff research to go from, what does the annexation process look like, potential zonings, and some of those service delivery aspects that come along with those. So it's not a small package that usually comes back to you in those respects.
That's good.
I'll just add, Mayor, we've also, our planning staff and engineering staff have facilitated fast tracking of two major developments over the last year, yes. The U.S. engineering development and the Costco development. It just takes a concentrated amount of those resources on those projects.
Sounds good.
Can I have a follow-up question for that? Is that
sure?
If we did get behind an overlay model for the existing neighborhoods in town or ones that were, less than 20 years old, could that be something that is an RFP process and someone could come in and help us do that?
To do neighborhood planning?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Just a cost associated with that.
Yeah, I mean, that ballpark, to give you an idea, I think the last time we kind of looked at that, a neighborhood plan was probably, and that was with grants some years ago, was in the neighborhood of about $100,000 to $125,000. So that number probably depends on how fast the plan would work and the amount of public engagement that would come along with it. But that's, probably a rough estimate I would use at this point in time.
And that's per neighborhood?
Probably per plan. Eventually, that would not include any of the follow-on that you would have with that. So drafting of design guidelines, overlay districts, and all of that would probably be in excess of that one. So you have to add that into the package, and it would be an added price potentially.
And those are kind of my follow-up questions. But other people have questions or comments or thoughts? 1 second. Sherry, did Steve want to speak?
He didn't have his hand raised
Okay.
during the time, so it's up to you if you want to.
Yeah, if he wants, I thought he had his hand raised at one point, so if he'd like to speak, we'll let him speak.
Stephen Watts?
Oops, you're on mute, Steve.
Thank you for that excellent display of civility, Mayor, because I'm not commenting on that. I was flicking my hand up and down because they are not moving the camera around. They forgot to take me away from this being a part of the meeting, and so I could see things, and I thought, oh my goodness, things have changed. No, they haven't. The staff are not civil to the public, and you want the public to be civil to you all. It is a two-way street, Brad.
Okay.
It is a two-way street. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, comments? I guess maybe I'll ask that last question. Just, Jeff, so everyone, we obviously got a little bit in the newspaper, but data centers, what's allowed, how we define them now, and possibilities.
So the data centers are defined by the dictionary definition because it's not a defined term in the land development code. So it's whatever kind of falls under your standard definition for a data center. And then it is allowed in certain industrial uses based on the table 20-8-1. And it's just mainly in the industrial districts and a couple of the M districts off the top of my head. So it's a permitted use, which means it would go, planning would take a look at it as part of the building permit process as it came through for setbacks, heights, those kind of general parameters you would see as part of the building envelope, but it is a use that would not go before the planning commission or before you and go right into building permits.
Okay, those are my questions, but comments?
Not necessarily comments. I know for notes for staff, just wanted to kind of lean into, and I know the good senator had made mention to SB 418 and just what is staff seeing that we would need to look into tightening up as it relates to our overlay districts or things that are triggered within well, it's not a bill anymore, now will be law. What do we need to do as it relates to our development code and permitting process?
So 418 really had a broad brush effect on the building code and the building safety and the permit review side. But the parts in there that kind of got into the land development code was the state set a new minimum lot size threshold of 3,000 square feet. And most of the ones we have in R1, R2 are minimum 5,000 square foot. So based under that state statute is probably there's a revision in there to bring that down to 3,000 square feet to align with where the state has in there. Some of that is triggered based on the sizes of housing and some of the other details that I don't have right off the top of my head. That's usually the big one that stands out in there. But a large portion of that bill was related to the building permitting processes and the times that are related to that effectively. Okay. And just for the knowledge there, that is not a function of the land development code. That is a function of Chapter 5, which is the building and residential codes.
So on the pieces, I know we've had several, I'll say maybe disjointed conversations as it relates to our overlay districts and historic preservation. And I know that there was some language in there around, stated around environs, but we say context areas and design standards. And I know that several conferees tonight have discussed defined terms. Is that something that this governing body needs to take a deeper look into and perhaps direct some of our boards to maybe go back to the drawing board and see where there's some overlap, or as far as, there's some intersectionality with that and what they need to do in order to tighten some of their language up in their governing documents?
That's a very good policy question I don't necessarily have a very good answer to. Context is really specific around the property and the area that's going on around it. So defining context in one version may not work in every neighborhood, and it's a very hard thing to describe as properties change over time or community expectations change as what they're wanting to have out of those products. So it's a possibility to have that as a conversation, and it's a hard thing to kind of nail down, but it is something that could be done if, given time and effort on that. And it would be a pretty substantial lift, I would expect at this point.
Okay. And then my last question was on special use and approvals as it relates to the bill. I know it's not necessarily connected but not connected, but I just didn't know, based on your interpretation of it, does that change how we approve? Does the bill change how we look at approving special use permitting?
No, I don't believe so. Special use permits are discretionary. This was talking about by right development, so it'd be mainly things that would have a P in the table. Most of the stuff with the S, it still has that discretion to it because it has some characteristics or qualities that may need some additional review or criteria applied to it there. So my understanding of the Senate bill was that it didn't go into special use permits as much as it was by the by right process.
By right, okay. Thank you, Jeff. I think
Yeah, you know me. Sorry, go, please, go ahead.
just wanted to clarify, I know we had talked, I know there was a conferee that brought up examples of high-density housing, and you did mention that cottage courts are in the land development code. It's not necessarily cottage courts, but I do believe it's cluster development is how we listed as there. So, yeah, we'll do that. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Sorry. I mean, I guess a question for the commission on this. I mean, do we have enough people who are interested in maybe not a moratorium, but doing what the county commission did to be able to find a, text amendment to the land development code specifically around co-location, the hyperscale ones, like the really big data centers, to be able to find that before, for people in the community, I guess. I would support that.
Yeah, I think there's a big difference between data centers and data centers, I mean.
Yeah, no, and to Michael Allman's point, he said, he felt bad that he missed that. 4 or 5 years ago, data centers did not look like what they look like now. They are definitely power-hungry beasts that, people never talked about water rights or electricity. And so that's not on anybody who helped develop the land development code. That is something of the last couple of years. And then, I have some LDC questions and, based on some of the stuff that, was heard here tonight. So Jeff, probably for you. So in one of the items earlier, C7D, which was the one up at KU up on the hill, there was a line in there on page 3 that said, this project includes multiple planning director waivers that have been approved to accommodate new development on the site. Do you have a list of waivers that are often granted that maybe we should put into policy rather than just have kind of one-off waivers as people go through the process?
We do keep kind of a running list of those only because that's kind of one of the ways that you diagnose issues with the land development code. And so if we keep seeing requests for the same waiver over and over and the instances are different, we start looking at it in terms of a text amendment that we would be bringing forward and initiating as part of that process. And as you all know, the real canary in the coal mine with any zoning and development code is the Board of Zoning Appeals. So if they start seeing the same variance repeatedly, that is our usually tall tale that we have an issue inside the code. Right now, we're seeing a lot of waivers that are specific to projects and trying to work on sites that don't necessarily have, everyday normal stuff. A little bit of a size difference here, an odd easement there, a weird kind of street that may curve around. So it's really the waivers we're talking about are things that are functional to make the sites work and give them an opportunity to move forward. It's not necessarily, we're giving the same waiver because we're seeing the same code violation or the same kind of issue pop up at this point. But we do keep an eye for those.
Gotcha. Another question I had is, I know that obviously we're LDC and that's for Lawrence, but does the Planning Commission ever do subcommittees around stuff that they're hearing that they would like to recommend for the LDC, or would they have to come basically here and talk about that?
The Planning Commission has the ability to initiate a text amendment. So if they see something that is beginning to crop up repeatedly in the code, they can initiate an amendment and then that would start the process too, which is typically what they would do.
It's just for my knowledge. Does that happen often?
It's not happened probably in the last few years just because we were rewriting the code and with the new code coming online. But previous to kind of starting that process, that was a common occurrence that we would see is if Planning Commission saw something kind of 2 or 3 times and didn't like the outcome or didn't see something that was working well, they would, make a motion to initiate amendment and begin the process.
A question about the tiny homes. Is there a residential zoning for tiny homes, or are they sort of shoehorned into kind of bigger homes, like the one that was at Tenants, the one that just happened recently? My understanding was they could have fit more tiny homes in that whole area, but the code restricted them based on lot size.
I'm not familiar with that project necessarily, but the way that the code sets up is it allows certain development patterns in certain zoning districts. So depending upon your district and your density in there, that may have been a factor in those instances. But usually with some of those developments, we didn't try to limit them in a lot of the zoning districts because we wanted to encourage that option and choice in the code. And so you do see a little bit more of an opening there than what you would have seen in the 2006 code. So I don't know that specific project or property, the details off the top of my head, but the intent with this code was to really open up those avenues and options for people to pursue them, and just with those parameters of setbacks and those general life safety features that we would expect of a zoning code.
Gotcha.
And maybe I think what you're getting at is there's sometimes a difference between allowed density, but then what can be built on the site because of setbacks and other things. So the density is one question, but setbacks and, what can physically be built from the others is another question. So they don't always align.
Yeah, another question is something that, was brought up about, University Place. One of the contentions that we heard from the moratorium last week was that the home didn't meet the character of the neighborhood, and in a way that's, why they wanted the moratorium for the historical district to go through. Who, or how do we determine, does a home meet the character? Like, can you talk about like that process and what that should look like from a city's perspective?
It's an extremely difficult one to codify, to be quite honest with you, because there's a lot of different ways to interpret character. Is it the massing? Is it the form? Is it the architectural aesthetics of the property? Is it the use, the parking, the layout? Those can all take a bunch of different forms. And usually when you have those conversations, you're having them in terms of a historic district or in terms of a historic overlay or something to that effect, that you're wanting to see repeatable characteristics of a certain item. The best example I think we could point to is probably some of the ORIAD neighborhood design guidelines, which has a repeatable expectation of massing and form and setbacks, but it doesn't really get into the architecture, the aesthetics of it. It doesn't talk details about, has to be in an iconic column with this kind of a capital and this kind of a standing on those things. It doesn't get into that realm. And so it can be very prescriptive, or it could be very loose and kind of general about generally this size and this configuration with this approach to the street. So it can vary from street to street, it can vary from neighborhood to neighborhood, and that's really where you see Chapter 22 in the Historic Resources Code really kind of stretch and become more into that space where the Land Development Code doesn't typically get in there. And as we all know, it's like when you talk about a building, you're really talking about three sets of codes. You're talking about the building code, which is the electrics, the plumbing, the mechanicals, the life safeties on the inside of it. You talk about Chapter 20, which is the land development code, which is the land use. So is it a single family, a duplex, a multifamily, gas station, et cetera. And when you start getting into Chapter 22, you're talking about what the wrapper looks like around the package. So what is the siding going to look like? Do we have configurations for windows? How should parking be engaged or used in the process there? So some places have all three of those codes. Almost all places in Lawrence have two of those codes. They don't usually have the Historic Resources Code that kind of adds on to give that item to it there. So with Land Development Code, you're really talking about the land use. What is the function of the property? Is it a duplex? Is it a single family? Is it a restaurant? Any number of things there. When you start talking about character and what that is, you really start to talk about is the aesthetics, the historic preservation, design overlays. We see a little bit of that in the Land Development Code because we took the old Community Design Manual and we brought that into the Land Development Code more coherently and consistently. But it doesn't going to give you the same thing if you're looking for very specific outcomes that you would see maybe in a historic district or in an overlay.
Does the Board of Zoning Appeals, would they have the ability to rule on that?
The Board of Zoning Appeals really adjudicates differences in the rights of the code necessarily. So if you need to have a variance for a setback or if you need to equalize a right because of the way that a lot is kind of configured, really wouldn't be the Board of Zoning Appeals. They're really looking at very technical, measurable aspects of the code necessarily. Really that would fall in the purview of the Historic Resources Commission to kind of have those conversations when you talk about a historic district. Otherwise, it's kind of one of those where you can give the basic parameters of it, and as long as you're ticking the boxes, you really get down into some of the Land Development Code. It's also really important to note is that single-family detached dwellings and duplexes really don't engage with the Land Development Code. You don't have to site plan or go through the processes for those properties. You go direct to building permits as part of that. So there's not a real engagement with the Land Development Code in a lot of instances with, a detached dwelling or a duplex being proposed.
So I guess one question is...
It's arbitrary. To answer your question, it's arbitrary.
It's arbitrary, but I mean, does that mean that every time a historic neighborhood has any type of development, we're going to see what we saw from University Place asking for a moratorium or saying, basically, is there nothing in the code or the policy to be able to help mitigate that from happening? And it might be like you're saying, like here's the type of homes that are available here. There's like the catalog of what they look like, and the neighborhood for this overlay says, I'm good to go on this guy, and they know that type of house will look there. Because if we don't, I mean, it seems like every time this will just keep happening over and over again, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, think of a couple different scenarios. One is someone buys a house. It's a one-story house on a block of one-story houses, and somewhere in the city. The building code says someone can tear that house down and build as big as our setbacks and other things allow. It could be a 3-story house.
Yep.
Right? And so you could have that house built on that street. Right? That's one question, right? Now, if you don't have any historic or overlay districts that says the answer is different, right, then all you're looking at is the building permit. Now, the land development code changed now that in certain areas, you used to could do that if it was just a single-family home, but now you can have a duplex there, or a triplex. And so the question becomes, if someone wants to tear that house down and they want to build a big house, what we were getting only in East Lawrence was people buying those houses, tearing them down, and building a $600,000 home. If they're going to do that, and, if that's allowed, should it be a $600,000 duplex or a $600,000 triplex, or should it not be torn down at all, right? I mean, those are the questions. So the land development code deals with, density and use, building code, and then you have the overlay districts. And so, I mean, if what you want to control is the look of a neighborhood, if that's what you're trying to control, of the look of a neighborhood, that's when you need the overlay districts or historic district, because that controls the look, I think is how Jeff was saying it. Right, 22 controls that. The building code and the land development code doesn't do that. Now, what the land development code does, and the concern of some of the neighbors, is it gives more incentive for someone who wants to build a duplex.
Right.
Right? But if you ask the East Lawrence, I mean, the issue I've heard from East Lawrence is not so much that people are buying those houses and tearing them down and building duplexes, is that they're taking the houses, tearing them down, and building a $600,000, $800,000 house themselves, right? Land development code doesn't change that question. If you want to protect the area of East Lawrence, right, that's why you need an overlay district to say, we want this, we want to protect it in some certain way, we want it to look in some certain way. And that's what we did in the Oriad neighborhood, is we created a plan and said, you can do this here, you can do that there, and there's a whole, basically a second code on that. So it depends what you're trying, to accomplish.
I think a lot of people are just struggling too with like this idea of gentle density. Like, how do they buy into a neighborhood? They know it's going to change, but they're afraid that all of the houses around them are going to be knocked down and it's going to be completely different.
Yeah.
And maybe it's something like the overlay where it's like, hey, X amount of percent could be demoed and replaced in this overlay for 5-10 years, something like that. So people can gradually get used to density, rather than something where right now, I don't think there's any expectation for a lot of people what this could look like if all the houses were bought and just torn down.
Yeah. And I think that's the concern. I think the other part of that is we've heard that there's been 10 single-family permits and 22 multifamily permits, right? And there's one great example in University Place that happened. I mean, that it's being used, is being talked about, which, is important with why we keep having the moratorium, because I do think University Place, has a, their concern as being close to the university has a particular demand in it that is different than someplace out west because of the relation to KU. So, I think, that's why you're trying to find that balance. I mean, I've had 3 houses in my neighborhood torn down and rebuilt. None of them are duplexes. But it's changed the character of the neighborhood, because someone bought a house, it's, they tore it down, they built a different looking house. Okay. I mean, they did that. Is that what we're concerned about? In my neighborhood, do we want an historic overlay to not let people tear down the house, or if they're going to rebuild the house, it has to look a certain way? Is that what we're concerned about? Or are we concerned about, the density, or are we concerned about, so that's why it's multi-layered. So, to me, what we haven't seen, and we have the same issue, I mean, we've not seen ADUs proliferate around the city. We've not seen, hundreds of houses, bought up in neighborhoods across the state, across the city, and either torn down or converted to density. I think in one way you could argue, as Bobby did, that to the extent the Lawrence Development Code is supposed to increase density in the city, we have not seen that in the first year. We've not seen an increase in density in the city, except the only thing we have seen is multifamily like crazy. We've multifamily apartment complexes, we have like 6 of them under construction. We're getting that kind of density, but in the neighborhoods, we haven't actually seen that many ADUs built, some more, but not a lot. And we haven't seen a lot of conversion. And, I'm disappointed to say we have not seen anyone really using, and Jeff can correct me if I'm wrong, but using the ability to put housing in commercial districts. Like the idea of, tearing down like an old strip center, not even tearing down an old strip center, but adding apartments above a strip center where it used to be legal. Have we had any of that?
We've not had one come forward with a development application, but we've had a lot of inquiries and people looking into that. So I think it's probably more a question of when than if.
Yeah. That's what we've been hoping. It's like you take an old strip center that now you can put some residential on top, of a Jersey Mike's, where before it was illegal to have apartments on top of Jersey Mike's unless you were downtown. Those are the sorts of kind of density we want, walkable neighborhoods, and we haven't had one of those yet. I'm looking forward to the first one of those, for sure.
So I'm going to jump in because I'm literally ready to burst at the seams, because you guys know that this is my jam. And while I do appreciate some of the conversation around housing, land development, permitting, and things of that nature, I think oftentimes when we have these conversations, we get lost in the sauce of the things that are within our control and things that are outside of our control. So, I think there was something that Bobby brought up, or Ms. Flory brought up, in regards to permitting and how there's necessarily, I guess, from the building community, it's not so much about the code itself, but just the processing. And so maybe if we could get kind of like a memo that comes back that's like explaining where we're seeing some of the bottleneck. Is that a matter of, emboldening staff to kind of move with things in their control? I know that is a culture thing, and so there's a little bit of a culture shock that, we had a city manager that really wanted to give that work back to staff to push things through, but there was a kind of coming out of that culture shock of not being able to have that and kind of maybe being in kind of a micromanaged society. So how do we continue to move that there's emboldening staff to do the very thing that we charge them to do, so that we can there's more movement and fluidity in the process, seeing that that we're hearing from those in the building community that it's not necessarily the code. So I'm going to leave that there. Second part, I do appreciate conferees bringing up a lot of conversations around the students bringing in, input, and it just helped to bring to light a lot of the things that staff has been working on behind the scenes. It just hasn't yet bubbled up to us. It's good reminders. Teaching is not static, it's dynamic, so we got to keep it going, because there's still a lot of people in our community that are struggling with the bigger aspect of what housing for all looks like as it relates specifically to affordable, attainable workforce. A lot. Just at this point, where the state of things are in our country, hell, everybody needs affordable housing. And, frankly, I don't want to spend $1,900 in rent. I don't want to spend $1,900 on a mortgage. What that doesn't mean is that I should not have access to not adequate, exceptional housing. That means, how do we build that? How do we make that? How do we address that gap? And I'll just start by saying capitalism sucks. It truly does. And the thing is that you have developers, and the majority of folks who are developers and housing developers in our community are not interested in building affordable homes. They're homes that are below 80% AMI. I would even say, because 80% is $1,900 in rent. I don't know anybody that wants to pay $1,900 rent. I sure don't. And I don't pay that now, and I don't plan on paying it. At that point, we may have to look at some intergenerational housing and me moving in with my sister or something. But the things that we don't have folks who are used to doing work in this community that has an appetite for that, because that impacts their bottom line. So as much as, whatever profit they can make, because that profit is used to build on to the next project, if that profit margin shrinks, then that limits their ability to do things, which we're talking about a variable as it relates to financial institutions and how we've been able to activate them, or we have not been able to activate them in our community to be able to draw down federal dollars that still exist currently for us to do creative, affordable housing projects in our community. We just don't have it. So as it relates to manufactured homes, modular homes, cottage courts, tiny homes, ADUs, I hear this all the time, and I feel like it becomes buzzwords for people to feel like they're important and that they're saying the things that they need to say that our community needs to hear about affordable housing, and those are strategies. And I'm not saying we don't need to talk about strategies, but the fact of the matter is that we don't have developers that want to do that work because that takes away from their bottom line. So what have we done to address that? We have an affordable housing administrator that brought to us a draft of an affordable housing incentive program, because we have state statute that tells us that we can't force developers to build affordable housing in our community. That came from this community. People from this community went to Topeka and said, preempt local government from telling people and their developers in their community what to build for their community. So we have to do the things to incentivize folks that want to do that work. Are there developers in this community that want to do that work? Maybe. We have tenants to homeowners, but that's a CHODO. That's not a for-profit organization. So when it talks about for-profits, there's just not a lot of appetite for those type of folks. Here, there are folks everywhere, regionally, nationally, but we don't have the tools right now to incentivize that, but we're getting there. So we have the development code. Now we got to get the policy stuff in place to attract it and start drumming that up. So it's going to come, but it's not just about ADUs, because ADUs have a purpose, but they are not going to be the silver bullet to address affordable housing. It's just not it. And so what I am encouraged about what's going to happen is that we're going to have a presentation of our housing study. We've had the conversation around the development code. We are hopefully, at the same time we get that housing study, we're also going to get conversations, or we're going to get that draft back from our affordable housing incentives, so that we can start putting things in place so that people can see that Lawrence is open and ready for business for those developers that want to come in and do that work. Because that's what it's going to take. I think another step that we can take that was brought up in conversation and in testimony, that yes, I think as this governing body, we need to look at having some type of infill district project. There's something similar that was done like that in Dallas. I've talked about that with the Coalition for Collaborative Government, gave them a whole litany of things that our community has kind of started doing, and things that we could really look into and start putting into policy, and those are it. We just got to have a few more things that we need, a few more ingredients that we need to put in the pot before we can really start cooking. And so I just, the talk about, and I've said it before, hand-me-down housing, we have to get out of our mind that a house that is $200,000 now, that the idea is that if somebody moved out, that someone moving in is going to get it for $230,000. They're not. They're just not. That type of housing does not exist, even as current. And so the idea that I would pay $230,000 for a house that is not really valued at $230,000, that's insulting for folks who are looking for affordable housing. What you're telling them is that you're not, because you can't afford new, you don't get new. You get my hand-me-downs. You get my used house. And we have to take away that mindset, because that's not how we solve the affordable housing crisis. Our federal government has to do their part with the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. That is the best thing that we have going towards our federal government actually giving a damn about affordable housing nationwide, because this isn't just a local issue. This is a pandemic. So
say all that to say that we're getting there. I think once we get the housing study back and we start hearing about the incentive policy, then we can start really having deeper conversations about what does it look like to bring equity across our community as it relates to infill, because that is going to be one strategy. And yes, I will agree, we do have to balance it out. We have to have market rate. There are going to be some folks who can afford $1,900 a month for a one-bedroom apartment. I'm not about that life. I'm not. But that doesn't mean that should not exist in our community. That also means that we need to have developers that want to do duplexes, triplexes, townhouses for rent as well as for home ownership. I don't want 5,000 square feet. I've told you all, I hated mowing the grass when I was a kid. I don't want to mow grass as an adult. And I'm more closer to 60 than I am to 30. So there are things, we need to build housing for the future, not for people right now. And I know that's a hard pill to swallow, but I'm not going to be here forever. I want housing that fits the desires of the generation and two behind me, not for me, because that's being selfish. So, off my soapbox. Just wanted to leave that there. But we're getting to the point where we need to, I know we've talked about trusting the process, but I don't want us to speed through this, because then we're going to miss the boat and it's going to become performative. And I refuse for the work that we've done around affordable housing and policies and a place for everyone to be performative. So I think we can have a bigger discussion after we hear from the housing plan and we get that incentives draft back. But I would like to hear about what is causing the bottleneck, and is it more administrative, internal that we need to look at? What are some things is it things policy-wise that we need to change as it relates to permitting? What does that look like? Because we talked about this at EDC as well, and I gave the work back to the EDC and said, hey, if this is an issue, don't come to me and complain. Let's start having conversations. I shouldn't be I'm not the gatekeeper to talking to staff about the bottlenecks that we're seeing. So I'm giving the work back to folks in the community to have those conversations with staff so that we can finally solve this and stop using it and weaponizing the process, because that doesn't get us anywhere either.
Commissioner Sells, one follow-up. You said there was a federal thing called 21st Century Housing, but I missed exactly what that was.
21st Century Road to Housing Act.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a few things. I sent some questions earlier. I'll go ahead and I sent them late and just said, if you guys could have some idea tonight. Do we have any deadline requirements within the LDC, right? So SB 418, was by right housing. Do we have a need for deadlines outside of that?
For permits?
Mm-hmm. Like getting, and I know, and I'm really glad we've talked about it. I think things are getting blurred when we start talking about the permitting process versus the land development code. Yeah. I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Sellers. I would like to know, but let's just stay focused on LDC right now, right? Could we implement, do we have delays in the LDC format that we could help put deadlines in for that? And
most of what you see in the Land Development Code is either governed by state statute or governed by the Planning Commission's submittal calendar. So most of the other administrative items are working forward just based upon staff's availability. And right now, site plans take about 4 to 6 weeks to go from into the door to kind of leaving the building, which is about it's a pretty good clip of a process there. So part of zoning, special use permits, platting, some of those items, they go on that 60-day Planning Commission calendar. So if you submit something in June, you're probably going to Planning Commission in August, give or take a little bit on that one there. So there's not anything in the anything in the code that gives prescriptions like do this in certain days. We do have completeness reviews that we are code required to complete within 5 to 7 days, depending upon the applications that come in. And that is when we start to make sure the applications are complete. They have all the materials to begin the reviews with all the different teams, so fire prevention, MSO, any of the other utilities. And then at that point, we put it out to the reviewers, and usually those reviews are happening at first round is 2-week cycles, And after that, we speed them up because there shouldn't be that many more comments we see coming back. And so usually those will go down to 5 to 3 days. Sometimes we get them as much as the same day. So we'll put it into the system in the morning. We'll have a comment by the afternoon in some instances. But we do try to move all the applications through as fast as we can. Some do have some different timetables that are governed by a state statute. So noticing provisions, protesting provisions in there that we have to obey and follow as part of that. It's also important to know one of the conversations we tend to have is around annexation. The Land Development Code does not govern annexation. That is wholly governed by state statute. And so that process is really outlined based upon election calendars and different sets of timelines. So there's a lot of different process calendars we work through depending upon what application is submitted to us.
And I might just add, much of the review isn't even in planning, right? It's with our the partners in engineering. So I always say planning and engineering because they're looking at stormwater, they're looking at streets and transportation planning, and all of those additional public improvement plans.
And also I'll add is some of those utilities are not even inside the city of Lawrence. So Evergy's, Black Hill, Atmos, they respond as they can, but they're not something that we don't have any control over their staffing or their review time sometimes.
But when you're working on a site plan, you need to have easements laid out for all of that.
How are we measuring success in that area as it pertains to time? Because there is certainly a perception, I'll say that, a perception that there is a lag in this area, site plans, et cetera.
Yeah.
How are we measuring success? What do we have KPIs tied to it? And what are those KPIs, right? And what are those scores? I believe that the LDC was meant to make things easier, spur on growth, that sort of thing. These are the things that I've heard fellow commissioners say. So we really want to make sure that our processes internally are on point, right? Otherwise, as we talk about these backlogs, again, I'm not even talking about permitting. So I would like to at least see where we are on KPIs. If we have KPIs tied to that stuff, I'd like to see what those results are.
So we do have them tied to prosperity and economic security. So we do have it tied to PES4, which is average calendar days from application to issuance for commercial development permits. That's mainly in the building safety side. But we also tie it to, excuse my scrolling here, the perception of the ability of the city to do business. And so what we do is we constantly look out and have conversations with neighboring communities. How fast are you doing your site plans? What are things that you're seeing that are not coming up in there? So we get a little competitive in that regard because we want to make sure that we're doing the best we can for the community and representing and make sure we're doing the best with our tax dollars. So what we always try to do is we compare, we go through those processes there. And, I said this during the Land Development Code update, our community has a high expectation of its code and its process. And so a lot of what we see in the Land Development Code is that reflection of that community value. We have a high process code. We have a high throughput process that we kind of ask for and we work from there. And so it's kind of hard to compare apples to chocolate cake sometimes in the codes because what some communities will ask from a zoning code and what we ask from a zoning code will be starkly different. And that really affects the times and the reviews that we have as part of that.
I certainly like comps with other communities. That's always a great benchmark. I have not met any other city staff that has had a contractor revere their processes. In fact, we hear that we are the hardest community to deal with, right? But I'm hearing it a lot. So again, if I could see where we are in terms of success and the KPIs that are tied, because you said you have KPIs tied to this?
We do.
Perfect. And we don't need to beat the dead horse on that one. Are we surveying the folks who are going through the process as it pertains to the LDC? Are we not asking necessarily other communities, which I do think is absolutely beneficial, but are we actually talking to folks that are going through the process and finding out if there are any improvements that we could make?
Yeah, we've been going out and having conversations with people that come and use the code quite frequently. So we went and talked to design professionals that use the code. We've asked them to we met with them right as the code was adopted to kind of say, here's the details, here's the things to be aware of, and have us back in a year because we'd like to keep having this conversation. Part of the process, a lot of them have just kind of sent me emails or, mentioned to me, hey, this didn't quite work like I thought it was going to do. And Becky's put that on the list for the cleanup amendment. Or staff has even recognized that this is clunky, it's not giving us what we thought it was. We're putting that into some of those conversations too. So it's the easiest way I can describe what we do with the land development code is it's persistently reviewing what is it actually giving us and how is it behaving. And so it's not that we do it every quarter, we do it with every application. So as the planners and the building safety team and everybody's taking a look at it, there's a standing kind of option downstairs is if you see something, say something when the thing doesn't behave like we thought it would, or if we see an inconsistent language. So it's an everyday review that we're doing as part of going through the code and using it right now.
One other thing I'd add is when somebody's getting ready to submit an application to endeavor on a development, they will schedule a pre-application meeting with the planning staff, and they bring in planning and engineering and anybody else that might be involved in that review process. And out of that meeting, so they conduct the meeting, and sometimes those go an hour or longer. And then out of that meeting, one of our planning team members produces a report, and those reports are pretty detailed that outline to provide predictability, different milestones, decision points, application deadlines, codes that have some sort of implication on the development to kind of give them a guide of how to walk through that development process. I know also there are a number of developments that I've seen over the last couple of years where there are multiple, development changes. And so maybe somebody came, on commercial development in particular, maybe somebody came with, one thing in mind, and their client has now worked out a deal with a different tenant, a different type of tenant. And so that changes, and then that tends to sort of move it back to the beginning in the process. And that application process kind of starts over again. So it can be, kind of an iterative process, and all of that adds time to completion.
Well, as we've talked about before, there are things that we can't control and there are things that we can.
Right.
I only care about the ones that we can.
Yep. Right? I think we've actually been reviewing that with our efficient process champion, Brian Thomas, over the last couple of years, and really trying to dial in on what are those control points. When is the application in our hands, in our staff's hands, so we can get dialed in metrics on that.
Okay, so let's start.
Yeah.
Seeing that, this is incredibly important. I think you guys believe that it's incredibly important, so.
And if I may, Commissioner, just want to highlight, in the user's guide for the land development code, there is a review and processing timetable that the planners will usually give to people to say, if this is your application, this is the average time it takes for one to go from beginning to the ending process in there. And as part of what we're doing with that as user's guide is we look to see are we hitting those marks in there, or are we seeing something go quicker? And maybe we should speed that up and say it's not going to take 16 weeks, it's going to take 12. Or are we seeing something where we've had a change in a statute or something that makes us go through a longer process and we need to add a week or two to the back end of it? And so part of when we did the land development code was we created that user's guide so somebody could pick it up, not have to look at the whole code, and understand this is the time, the steps, the expectations of the community, and at the very end of it is the actual checklist the planners use to go through a project to say, does it have all of its stuff? Are we looking at all of these sections? So that everybody knows exactly what the planners are looking at when they begin those review processes. And I forgot to mention that earlier. I didn't want to leave that part out because that was a critical document we worked on.
It sounds great. Again, I think we're all outcome-based here, so I just want to know how our outcomes are looking. I've got a few more questions. I really am glad, again, that we differentiated between the permitting process, maybe the Historic Resource Commission, and the Land Development Code. So there's not a whole lot that I'm going to talk about as far as the LDC. Do we have any planning commissioners in the past year who have expressed concerns about the LDC, and have we solved those concerns? I'm just asking because they're the ones who are, going through a lot of the things that LDC covers. So, anything?
They usually highlight them during the course of a planning commission discussion, and we take note of those. And it's not anything that's been large at this point in time. We've seen some, smaller things that have come up. We've thought the code would do this, or we saw this error over here. We don't really understand what it's wanting to do here. We haven't really had a conversation like this with the Planning Commission quite yet, because most of the time they're seeing those text amendments, or they're initiating those text amendments to have those similar conversations. We have seen some things where, we would expect the code to go to the left. It kind of went to the right instead. Maybe we need to take a look at that as part of that cleanup amendment. We have highlighted those over the course of the last year based on Planning Commission discussions and conversations.
So along that vein, then, do we have, by adopting the new code, have we inadvertently, or maybe we knew, but we needed to proceed, have we created any kind of contradictions with other codes or policies that we have?
Yes, we knew when we did this that we'd have to do an update to the subdivision regulations, because there are some language consistencies that we would like to kind of iron out as part of that. But the subdivision regulations are a joint document with Douglas County, the city of Lawrence, and so that process takes a little bit longer to go through. And also, given the fact that we're still kind of in the cleanup phase with the land development code, we didn't want to start that process in case we were doing a cleanup or something that we wanted to highlight and change in the subdivision regulations. So we know there's a little inconsistency with that one. What we really had an opportunity with was really the key of this one was when we were revising Chapter 22, we had the moment to kind of dovetail it with Chapter 20 like we had never seen happen before. The Chapter 20 we had from 2006 worked with the Historic Resources Code, but that code was also written in the 80s, early 90s, and so it didn't have a lot of that meshing that you would tend to see between these two codes. This is really the first instance where both of those codes are on a pretty level playing field and meshed together in their instance. The third code we talked about earlier is also right now in the process of being reviewed right now with the International Residential and the International Building Codes. And that's really the three parts of codes that come into the construction process. And so we're looking at those and making sure that when they're coming up, they're meshing with the Land Development Code and the Historic Resources Code too. So this is probably the first time that I can think of in Lawrence's history where we've had all three of the major building codes that really talk about it opened or adjusted within the same time frame to really have some consistency between the three of them.
Okay, I think that's great. Thank you for that. Do we have any idea when we might get those subdivision regs reconciled, or LDC reconciled with subdivision regs? Do you have any? I mean, I get it, things move slow, especially if we're now going to be talking about an additional governing body to discuss this with and staff, but give the community some hope.
We were hoping to bring something forward after we did the cleanup amendment, because the staff working on that cleanup amendment would then have to pivot off and work on the subdivision regulations, which is not a light lift is the best way to describe it. It's a pretty deep dive that goes into those, and the nuance there gets very tricky very quickly. And so that staff would come off of the cleanup and go into that. We were also trying to balance the East Lawrence plan and the revised Western Development Plan as part of that process. And as more we've kind of had the application loads and more of those amendments come online, those plans start to move down the list because we have to keep moving code amendments and active applications forward as fast as we can. So some of those proactive things kind of come down in priority while those other ones come up into it. So it is a balancing act that we do. And as a reminder, we also work on the county side of things because the planning division is a joint city-county planning division. So as the county's doing things with theirs related to text amendments and processes, that takes some of that bandwidth out of that availability for them too. So there's a lot of different competing interests that when you talk about the planning and the workload that we work through, but it's our hope is when we get the cleanup amendment kind of set, we would start pivoting into the subdivision regulations, hopefully.
Okay. Last question, would there be any value in bringing our development community, our real estate community, and our neighborhood associations together to sit at the same table and talk about effectiveness and challenges as it pertains to the LDC? Anyone?
Yeah, we've done that a few times, but it'd be good.
I think a lot of this, I get it, especially for the commissioners that have been on the bench for a while. This probably feels like ad nauseum, but I mean, it's still relevant. So I'm throwing that out there. if there are any other commissioners interested in trying to do that. I know plenty of people on all sides that would be interested in that.
I mean, considering Bobby called our current program lengthy and uncertain, I think it's important to hash out those complaints.
And
make it obvious. And so whoever does that, I don't matter, but those are serious, concerns.
Sure.
Too slow, uncertain, and too long. So
And maybe they can do a little bit of the lifting with some solutions as their boots on the ground dealing with it to make it easier for you.
So I'm going to reiterate again, and I appreciate Bobby making that statement, but that's kind of a deja vu statement. I've literally heard that statement twice since being on the EDC. And so I am a strong proponent of, it's not about necessarily giving the work back, but I think sometimes some of our boards and commissions don't truly understand the authority that we have, and that they have, just like I've shared, sometimes we don't understand the authority that we have. And so I think it's important for our boards and commissions to be proactive and say, hey, let's do this. There's nothing stopping the Planning Commission from doing something like that, to giving them that charge. I mean, we can give, if they need us to give them that charge, then fine, let's do that. Just like there's nothing stopping the EDC from coming together and having a discussion and not having these anecdotal problem articulating sessions, but to really start bringing solutions. Because it's not necessarily that staff doesn't have the ability to have the solutions. So, this is shared work. And so if you can articulate the problem, you should be also willing to do the work to find a solution and be collaborative in finding that solution. Not to use a buzzword, but we seem to use collaborative a lot. So, I mean, if we're truly if we want to define collaborative, then we can do it. But if you're going to say you're being collaborative, then actually be collaborative and not necessarily articulate to folks, this is not what's happening. Well, be the change, not to be cliche. But I wanted to go back, and I feel like this is a deja vu moment. But, to Commissioner Polling's point, if you go to the strategic plan website, under prosperity and economic security as our outcome, that intersects with efficient and effective processes, our commitment. And you see PES4, calendar days from application to issuance for development permits for commercial development. And under it, it lists the strategies. Establish Lawrence as the most business-friendly community in the region and to enhance the streamlined permitting process of development codes. And as of the 31st of December of 2025, we are actually on track. We are below target. So as we move into this new iteration of our strategic plan, I'm going to give the work to the community as well as to the commission. If there are KPIs that we need to discuss with staff that needs to elevate to being part of this, then let's start looking at that matrix and look at the outcomes and look at the commitments and figure out what those solutions are.
Amen.
Mayor, can I just offer a thought on that, on Commissioner Polling's question?
Yeah.
And I maybe just plant the seed because it's getting late. I appreciate that, and I know everybody has a very early morning tomorrow. But Jeff can probably whip out his list real quick of all the changes that if he was the king, he'd make, and we'd get this thing really streamlined. So some of those are pretty heavy policy decisions, like what is the public's access and the public's role and the public's voice in these. What is our ability to generate revenue and reinvest in these processes? So I would just encourage the commission, as you're thinking about giving the work back to the community members or giving the work back to staff, also think about your own policy positions, and we're happy to help inform what some of those issues are to think about, but. There are multiple touch points that we layer into our community and our land development code and development processes that other communities don't. And I should be careful to say many, that may be hyperbole, but there are touch points like with the Planning Commission that other communities don't have. Platting requirements that other communities may not have or may not be required by statute. And so, how far are you willing to go on a policy basis? That type of feedback at some point in the future be helpful.
I agree. And yes, we say uniquely Lawrence. I think we are. I think it would be great to identify where we don't have to be uniquely Lawrence, right? Like, are we slowing a process down that does not need to be slowed down? Are we over bureaucratic? Right? These are questions that we should always be asking, right? Not just today, but in perpetuity, we should always say, is it clunky? Because again, a point in time, right? What we do today will look different than what we do in 5 years. So I appreciate that. That's excellent that you brought that up. And yeah, I think that is definitely a higher arching question that we need to ask. I personally am in favor of this committee and really having them talk about challenges and possible solutions. Doesn't mean that they're viable, but we need to start figuring out some things. So it looked like everybody on the dais was comfortable with that. I don't want to put more work on you. Do you want me? I have talked to many people. I could maybe talk, I think, like, how do we want?
But I would say this much. I would say staff has dedicated a ton of resources on a couple of important projects, U.S. Engineering and Costco. And I would say if that's impacted any of our service, it's possible, but who knows? I would also say that given the number or the lack of how few projects we've actually run through the system, subdivisions, minor applications, major applications, I don't really know how much insight we're going to get from people that are real world, but I can definitely believe we'll get feedback on their perceived value of this right now and what they can foresee as roadblocks, but I don't believe there's been enough real volume through the system. So I don't know if we're going to get anything viable from that. But, you know, I do want to hear about what they perceive as real, because some of these people haven't even done a project yet with the new land development code, who are actively complaining and or concerned about what it might mean to their development.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
But some of it's concern and some of it's real, and I just want to focus on the real stuff if we can.
And some of their concerns, as we talked about, deal with historic resources, or some of their concerns deal with building permits, and they don't, you know, when you get them down to talk about, you know,
what is
each
it?
thing, which part are you talking about?
Yeah.
Real quick before we finish this up, where all, tell the community about the cleanup that we're doing now and where we're at in that process. And
we are, I'm hoping this table's made of real wood. We are very close to getting that to the Planning Commission for their consideration and then getting that to you from their recommendation. So Becky and team have been going through the code and checking it with the projects, and every time we have an issue or see something crop up, we get that added to that list. And we're thinking we're probably June, looking for June Planning Commission at this point in time for the cleanup amendment.
Okay.
If this table was made of real wood, which I hope it was.
So June would be a time that, you know, the LDC will be on the Planning Commission agenda, hopefully June. So if folks wanted to go talk to the Planning Commission or weren't available tonight and they wanted to talk to the Planning Commission about concerns they had in the code, that'd be one time they could have that discussion as well.
Yeah, we kind of focus that more on the amendment itself. And people could always submit comments to us, and we're always available to kind of have those conversations. I know our deputy code official and our code official work on building safety have these conversations every day with people that are submitting permits from, you know, large developments to houses that are coming in or accessory dwelling units. Becky has conversations quite frequently with people talking about the codes and what they're expecting on that one. So we do this almost every day in some capacity, is having these conversations and diagnosing these issues. So happy, it could be a Planning Commission with the cleanup amendment, or they can just reach out to the planner of the day and we can always go through that and help them there too.
Okay, so I know it sounds like we have some consensus to get something back on data centers about what we can do with that in the code. And again, I think the outcome of this is you bringing back some work plan or something on that. Give us your thoughts on that. Obviously, some people on your staff are working with the county on it, so there might be something we can get more easily on that issue from them.
Yep. We can definitely do that.
Okay.
Yeah, in Lynn County, Iowa, in Palo, Iowa, they just went through this with a hyperscale data center, and they've come up with pretty good recs around what that looks like for their community.
Thank you.
Okay, now for any other, as part of Marcy did submit and I think it's on page 37 of our packet, several things which I would consider more of a cleanup than that you might look at a few word languages to see if those can be incorporated in. In of themselves, they looked like they made sense to me, but obviously looking at those.
Absolutely, we will.
Any other, do we have consensus about asking staff to look at any other changes at this time? Any
No, sir.
areas? Yeah, I think we want to continue to look at those, overlay districts and the moratorium. I think, to me, that's one of the solutions. Okay, anything else anyone wants to say on this? Okay, thank you all. Thank you all. We'll continue to work on this issue, and it is an iterative process. At any time, we can make text amendments, so keep talking to us, keep talking to the Planning Commission, keep talking to staff. Okay, that brings us, thank you all, that brings us to commission items. A couple things on the commission items. Let's start with that since the first, make a few comments. One, everyone the public, hopefully, some will be tomorrow night. From 6 to 7:30, we'll have our full city manager folks open to meet folks from 6 to 7:30 at Carnegie, so hopefully folks can come to that. We had a nice ribbon cutting for Midco that Commissioner Stello spoke at and did a great job, but it's really cool to see what Midco's doing, investing in that corner, not only in their building, bringing their customer service back downtown and in that building, but the park that they're going to put in next to it is pretty cool. Finally, I just mentioned on the sad note that sorry to hear about Lawrence High Principal Riles passing away, and wish him and his family well, and he has a big extended family in town. So it's a big loss for the whole community. Other commission items, and then we'll talk about advisory and future agenda. Any other commission items?
Oh, Mayor.
Yeah, maybe one I was thinking about, we can talk about another time too. If you look at some of the recent agendas, they have, items that are on consent that are basically economic development applications. And I think the first time I saw this, I probably pulled one because I didn't know what I was doing. But there's an aspect of these that I wonder if it'd be interesting to have a new header that was like applications or something like that, so people just know it's there. I don't think we're trying to bury anything in this, but I think it would be cool to highlight some of the economic development applications that are coming in. I'm just going to throw that out there, just kind of let that percolate. But that was something I was thinking about.
You're just lucky we went several years without having any economic development applications. So the fact that we have so many that people are talking about it is important. No, I can see something like that. Okay. Any other commission items? We did have the consider the advisory board nominations. We had the Jane Eldridge, Mike Warner discussion last time. We were trying to reach consensus to put on the next agenda. We had a 2-2 split on that, which leaves Amber to see if she wants to say anything.
You guys for a week, you can't.
Indeed.
The idea would be then to put something, if we had a consensus, to put on the agenda next week. But Amber, do you have any thoughts or comments?
We kind of started this conversation talking about the process and us doing our due diligence as commissioners to recognize the process which we have authority over. And I did take some time to review last week's meeting, and I don't know if there's much I can add to it. I know there's just a couple of things that bubbled up that, as far as comments, that I don't know if, I don't want to say confused me, but I think it maybe a little bit concerned me as it relates to just kind of ownership and accountability. And before I kind of go into kind of rationale for my thoughts, there's the overwhelming majority of the commissioners on this dais are Rotary members. And, most of us are part of a lot of organizations. I'm a member of my sorority. I've been a member for going on 26 years. And I love our motto because it's greater service, greater progress. And I would say that the motto for Rotary is service over self. And the 4 tenets of Rotary are, is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? And will it be beneficial to all concerned? And I think that 4-way test can go a long way as far as the work that we do as commissioners and how we approach the work that we do. Are the decisions and the things that we're saying, is it the truth? Are the decisions and policies that we're creating, are they fair to all concerned? Is the work that we do moves towards building goodwill and better friendships? And most importantly, does the work that we vote on and we implement, is it beneficial to all those concerned? So, I hope that, that's not just lip service and that folks are just living this life in name only and not really leaning on the tenets of this, because I really found that very impactful, and that was one of the things that challenged me about being a Rotary member. And I do apply that to the work that I do, and I've been doing it, and just I think there's value to that, and I think as we continue to make decisions. What I appreciate is going through this process of really kind of hammering out what does this look like moving forward as far as, the reporting, nominations, and whatnot. I do have kind of some concerns about the timeline as far as, I know in what we received, that when positions are within 60 days of expiration, nominations for that position will be included on the vacancy list. And then we say nominations for upcoming vacancies will not be placed on the agenda for approval no more than 60 days in advance of the expiration term, knowing that, city clerk's office, I didn't want to just single out Sherry, is compiling this list. And so, there is a timeline. I'm a little about the timeline, but knowing that there is a list that our city clerk's office is putting together of nominations. I know that there have been times where I have pushed nominations to Sherry. There's been times that I push nominations to Sherry, as well as I've sent a note to the mayor saying, just making my pitch to say, hey, this person has receipts. And I believe that they would do this board well by serving in that capacity. That's not necessarily to get his stamp of approval. It's just to show that I've done my due diligence in advocating for this person. That's what I do. I've shared before, I don't have the benefit of the doubt as much as some of my less melanated commissioners here on the dais. I grew up with the adage of I got to work twice as hard just to be seen, as some of you guys just kind of wake up and exist and you get all the benefit of the doubt. So I take this work very seriously. And so when it came to this kind of crossroads we were at with this nomination, I've seen a lot. And I've seen folks in the community, state their desire and give their rationale. Some of it seems a little bit, doesn't really have the teeth I was hoping it to be. Some of this maybe a little bit more superficial, but that is their truth, and I don't judge that. I'm just saying, a lot of it is, that person should stay or this person should be in because we need change. But, if I don't like a process, I'm going to let you guys know about it. And one of my things has been, if someone wants to serve and they are eligible to serve again, and they want to serve again, and they've been nominated, then yes, they should serve. And I think where the hiccup became was someone shared that they wanted to serve again. whether or not they did another application or was that their formal nomination. That's where it seems like it's a little bit murky here. And I've heard everyone's take on the situation, and it doesn't make me feel any better than I have before. But I think this is something where, I mean, we need to have, we're building out the clarity of the process. And so I hope that folks who are serving on our boards and commissions understand that it is your responsibility to, if you want to serve again, to submit your application so that it can be highlighted for us, so that we know that if that's the sign that needs to tell us that we want that person to be nominated again, then we have to do the work to do that. That's what I took out of this whole entire process. That it's not just it's not an opt-in. It's almost like that there's no automatic with that. And I'm a little disappointed that doesn't exist, and maybe it should exist. Because if a person is doing the application, that means they want to serve. Why do I need to nominate that person? They've already been nominated once. So, unless their name shows up on the list and we don't want them there, then that's when you nominate somebody else, and then we have to have that conversation. So I think procedure-wise, that's something for us to continue to work out. But, at the end of the day, I have no concerns with Ms. Eldridge being on the Planning Commission. I don't know Mr. Warner. I haven't had the opportunity to engage with him, and that doesn't mean that I don't think he doesn't deserve to be on the Planning Commission. But from what I've seen from the work with Jane, and there are things, and I've shared this with Ms. Eldridge, that there are times that she's made decisions and made comments I don't agree with. And oftentimes there are things that I could see her point on, and that's learning from me, and I don't have a problem sharing that with anyone and sharing that with her. And if there is a desire for her to serve again as another term, and that is available to her, I want to make sure I give it to her. Now, if your nomination is approved, you're not going to get a third term. We're not going through that again. But if we have someone that is sitting on a board and they want to serve again, and they know that they have the ability to do that, I want to make sure that I give them that opportunity. And I have no reason not to deny Ms. Eldridge that opportunity. And so that's where I say, and that's where I live. And that I came into that full for, I had no problem with her nomination. I think I was a little shocked that the name wasn't on there, because I was like, oh, they're up, and I received the email. I didn't know there was going to be another person. So I think that took me by surprise, just by not really understanding not necessarily the nuances, the intricacies of our policy, and being able to spell that out a little bit more than we have before. And so that's the length of it I get. I do apologize being long when I'm making up for not being here last week. But I did want to make sure to share that I think there are some technical things that we need to process through and make sure we're all in one accord of the interpretation of that. But I have my vote is for Ms. Eldridge to retain her position as on the Planning Commission.
Sounds good. We'll get that on the consent agenda for next week. Anything on future agenda items? Seeing none, how about, oh, go ahead.
Where'd it go? Do we know the pay study? I know we had to push that back. Is that in the parking lot, or did I not see it?
Oh, it's coming.
I think it's the first meeting in June, but it could be.
Can it not be the first meeting in June?
Sorry, what was the item?
I know we talked about the pay study. Yeah.
It was supposed to be on tonight, and then.
Yeah, I see it. Can we? That's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're potentially looking at, we'll balance it out. We're potentially looking at June 9th for the compensation study. We need to pin down a date with the consultant anyway.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. I would advocate for it not being on the 2nd.
A lot of those.
Yes.
Okay. And city manager's report.
Well, you're getting the C team now, I think. So. Send the reasonable expectations here.
I like it.
Under promise over. I'll just skim this, and I apologize for not going into depth. Happy to try to respond to any questions, but we do have the Park Rec and Culture Department monthly membership report for you, a year-to-date budget report, and then our utility billing report.
Okay, yeah, three reports, that's good. Any questions?
Kind of question, sort of thought. I took the spreadsheet from the PRC monthly thing, and I did a little bit more kung fu to it. So if you take the total visited year-to-dates, 71,943, and then you divide that by the unique ones, you come up with a number of 5.74. So that's how many times a unique person, I mean, within reason, a person will go to each one of the rec centers. And if you break that down and then you look at SPL specifically by unique visits and total by location, what that ratio comes to is 6.34. So somebody goes to SPL 6 times in a month. But when you start looking at the other ones, especially Holcomb, that's only 3.58. And the one at East Lawrence is right at basically 4. And so we have about 6 months of data from this. I would like to have a discussion next month about the community buildings program of free access being extended to East Lawrence and Holcomb.
For 2026 or 2027?
For the rest of the year.
First of the year.
Well, who has
Because-
access to it for free? Kids?
Or for everybody, because they're just not being used at the rate of SPL. So in my mind, the middle ground is SPL. We're doing memberships there. We're doing sponsorship. We're doing the spectator fees there. The other ones we're not doing that, and so why not give it a try for the rest of the year?
So you're wanting to repeal rec fees for the rest of the year?
For those two, or make the community building program the same for East Lawrence and Holcomb.
But right now, we're not making that decision. We're
No.
deciding.
Yeah.
we wanna move it on for-
I'd like to talk about that
Right?
next
We
month.
get a memo on it? Okay. So we're having a discussion about, so you're wanting staff to do what? Bring us back what the numbers would look like from the funding standpoint, because we put rec fees in place to meet the gap for the budget. So are you wanting staff to present on if we were to make it free for the,
Yeah, I mean,
then are we giving refunds back?
no.
Huh?
No.
What about, I guess, are you, yeah, I guess I'm concerned. I don't understand. Yeah, I guess I want to have a discussion about what we're going to do in 2027.
Yeah.
If we agree we're going to have fees for 2027, it doesn't seem to make sense to not have them for 6 months and then put them back on. If we're going to have a discussion that we're not going to have fees for next year, then it becomes a monetary decision. So
Yeah.
I guess I'd rather have that discussion after we have the discussion on what we're going to do in 2027 on fees. My preference.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the middle ground for this could be fees for SPL, spectator fees at SPL, the other ones are free.
That's not equitable.
Penalizing West Lawrence.
Yeah, you're penalizing me. And I don't want to drive all the way to East Lawrence to work out. I live on the west side.
It's unequitable.
Okay, well,
And there's a lot of people who are income restricted that probably work out on the west side. So now you're forcing them to, I think there's a bigger conversation to be had here.
Yeah.
okay.
I don't, I mean, and I don't want us to
I mean, it's late.
argue, I mean, not to yeah. Yeah.
They're just not getting the usage of the other ones.
Well, but we don't know why. I mean, gas is $5, eggs is $6, socks are 12, so there might be some external things that.
Well, let's have this, since we're in city manager's report, we'll pass the
Yeah.
point of commission items,
Yeah.
we would
That's
right.
Yeah.
put it on something. So we can bring it up next month at commission items, we'll make a decision on that, but
Okay.
for now, I understand what you're saying. And I think we should bring that information as we talk about next year's budget, too. I mean, as we think about that.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions on the city manager's report? City manager's report is a public hearing item. Anyone want to speak on the city manager's report before open public comment? Seeing none in the room, how about online?
Stephen Watts.
I thank you. I guess this is the the last time that you can talk on city manager's report, if I understand things correctly. But irrespective, I think it's time that we had a city manager report on why the police department has failed to provide an annual report for the last 2 years. Why does the executive team allow this manner of slovenly, non-professional action? The last report filed in 2023, and that report was filed deeply into 2024 and maybe early 25. There is no 2024 annual report, and there is no 2025 annual report. Please note there has been no annual use of force report filed since 2022. The use of force report is a joke anyway. Irrespective, even though they're going to produce a report that says, rah, rah, good for us, and I will criticize it, at least they will do the work and there will be something there. I don't understand why we allow our town executive team at $250,000 per person to allow their fellow $250,000 per year paid employees not provide these reports. If these reports are not necessary, then so state. But I believe they are necessary in order to document these things. The city manager's report time needs to include what the city manager's office is doing. Did you read the utility report? What kind of banality is that it equates a report? How many people are delinquent in their water bill when there's all these other things going on? It's just absolutely incredible. And then we get into what I've been told are de minimis matters, like who's paying for that shirt Brandon's wearing? Did he buy it? And if he did buy it, I'm sure it was subsidized by the town. Why are we, the town, subsidizing this stuff? I don't get it. I could go into why the city manager allows for the town executive team to use town money to buy coffee for themselves and their other people. I don't get it. Let's use city manager report time to actually provide for the people, those of us that are not in the belly of the beast, as you all are, and have access to more intimate knowledge and more intimate information to tell us what has gone on. Not just, oh, Costco may be coming to town. Big deal. I'll believe it when I see it. It's probably going to come. But at any rate, I appreciate the opportunity to have a time to throw this stuff in there. But I would like some responses in terms of why is the police department permitted to not provide this? And you cannot accept the little schoolboy answer. We need more staff. What a bunch of bull roar. Thank you.
Anything? Any other on this image? Okay. Calendar, anything on the calendar?
Mary, are you out in June? I thought maybe you had said you were going to be out in June.
It's August, not till August.
Okay.
Okay, that brings us to